Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the Finance and Personnel Committee meeting for Monday, June 9th, 2025 at 6:45 p.m. Roll call, Grenier is here, Moore, Willard,
Present.
Yates.
Here.
Okay. Discussion and possible recommendation to the village board regarding payment of bills. Brenda?
All right, we have less bills this month because it's early meeting, but I'm sure we will, so we will have more next month, but, Baker Tilly is, an audit bill, they bill us along the way. Just trying to go through some of the.
The Midwest meter, that's the meter for,
So
Kim, right?
It Midwest, one of them is for the meter for Chemrite and one is for the, their service, like their subscription, whatever.
Yep.
So that we can plug in. Restrooms, the porta johns at the park. The trailer fees, which we've talked about, the parking fees that get paid to the school district as part of the tax levy. Park fine, Stonewood Trail is a tax refund that was mistakenly paid at the county. The county put somebody else's taxes into. They duplicated the payment, so I sent it back to the owner, but it was actually the Stonewood Trail taxes that got switched around, so I'm correcting their error. Strand. Walking track. Everything else is pretty general.
I saw a new name on here that I've not seen before. John Fabic Traffic.
Save it.
They were here, doing, that was just for a part for, I believe, the generators. They were here, today, much of the day, working on our generators in the garage that they moved to the lift stations when they need to.
Okay,
So they were doing some maintenance on that.
okay.
Was
It
that
was,
the lowest tanking?
You're gonna load test.
Yeah.
it was just a new name on our
Yeah,
list
yep,
that
it
we had
is.
seen. Do you happen to know when our GFL contract is ready
Yeah.
for renewal?
This at the end of the year.
The end of this year?
Yeah.
Okay,
I believe that it was a 5-year contract and it is up this year.
okay.
I would have begun looking at that towards, the next couple months.
I didn't see any lawyer fees on here.
I don't have that bill yet. It's an early meeting. Usually we get
I
that
was
as a
not
big
even paying any attention to
Don't,
me.
don't get used to it.
scrolling.
Just wanted to see if he was paying attention and he wasn't. Okay,
I'll make a motion that we recommend, payment of the bills as presented by the clerk.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to pay the bills as presented. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
We have a motion to adjourn and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.
Lannon Village Board meeting to order for Monday, June 9th, 2025, to order at 7 p.m. If everyone would rise and remove their headgear for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Colleen, have you restarted the recording?
I have, yes.
Thank you. Just a reminder to everyone, please silence your phones if you haven't already done so. Roll call. Batiste.
Present.
Grenier.
Here.
Lake.
Present.
Moore. Absent. Summers.
Here.
Willard.
Here.
And Yates is present. Statement of public notice. Thank you. Just a reminder to the board, please speak into the microphones tonight. Let's try to get in the habit of doing that so that everybody can hear that's here and so that the viewers that are viewing remotely can hear us a little better as well. I've gotten some feedback that they're struggling to hear us. Discussion and possible action on the reading, correction, and approval of the minutes from the 5/12/25 village board meeting. Did anyone have any comments or corrections that they noted?
Make a motion to accept the minutes from the 5/12/25 joint village board planning commission meeting as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the meeting minutes for the village board portion of the joint meeting on 5/12/25. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Committee reports, finance and personnel.
We will cover under number 23.
Thank you. Legislative,
Nothing to report.
parks and rec and beautification.
I would like to acknowledge our great gardeners that planted the flowers in the front of the building. Gloria Tofke, Kelly Woods, and Anna Calatolo, who did those nice planters out front and continue to take care of all of our gardening needs. So I'd like to thank them. Other than that, I have nothing else.
Thank you. Public works, recycling, sewer.
We do have some shouldering work that needs to take place on Forest View. So we're in the process of getting that taken care of. As well as a couple other concerns that have, or one other concern that's come in regards to some tree trimming. So we'll look into that and take action if as necessary.
Thank you. Corey?
I have a copy of the blast report from May 27th that rattled the village. I spent some time with Nate over at, excuse me, Lannon Stone Products. And they are allowed to go up to a 1.0. That legally, this blast hit a 0.62. Their goal is to keep them at 2.8 or under. I have a copy of the blast report for anybody that's interested. We can get them from Brenda. These are public knowledge, public record, excuse me. So anybody's got any questions, see me or give me a shout or shoot me an email. Thank you.
Thank you. Department reports, clerk's office.
We are working on licenses after the approvals tonight. We have a USDA compliance call later this week. And we'll be also working on utility billing at the end of the month.
Okay, thank you. Police department.
Good evening. I wanted to inform everyone here that Lieutenant Lang has submitted her resignation from the department. This comes after recent media coverage brought renewed attention to allegations from her previous employment, which dates back about 4 years. When Lieutenant Lang was hired, our department conducted a thorough background check, including reviewing disciplinary records and speaking with former supervisors. While we did not have access to the full investigative file from the previous agency, we were aware of the situation at the time and made our hiring decision based on all the information available to us, along with our commitment to fairness and due process. Lieutenant Lang met all of our hiring standards, passed all required evaluations, and came to us with a clear desire to serve this community with professionalism. However, we understand that public trust is essential. Even though no new information has come to light, the recent attention has raised concerns, and in light of that, Lieutenant Lang has chosen to step down voluntarily. This was her decision made in the interest of allowing the department to move forward without further distraction. She will remain on duty for a short time while we complete training for our newest officer. We appreciate Lieutenant Lang's service to the village and will be reviewing our hiring and vetting processes to ensure they continue to meet both our standards and the expectations of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Truly unfortunate, I think. Everything that I've seen, Lieutenant Lang has been a very high contributor. She's served admirably, and it's unfortunate for this community that she's decided to do this, but certainly understandable. Item number 8, response to previous citizens' comments. So I've requested that this be added to each of the agendas each month. This was a suggestion of Mrs. Willard at a previous meeting, and I think this is a good idea. I know that Mr. Summers, when he was president, we had a process for the board members responding. I've chosen to just respond to these personally at each meeting, so I'm accepting responsibility for those. I think a lot of the comments from the last joint meeting are going to be addressed by our presentation tonight. Many of them were related to TID. So what I would like to do is give everyone an opportunity to hear what Mr. Cameron has to say tonight. Hopefully it will clear up some questions, and you can go right to the source and the expert for any questions that still remain once he's done his presentation. There was a couple of outstanding items from the Planning Commission meeting minutes regarding AFW, HM Grant, and things of that nature. I intend to follow up on those items with Village Council and determine what action, if any, we can take to facilitate compliance with what we've been trying to accomplish over there in terms of plans of operation and things like that. So hopefully that adequately addresses those for now. If not, we'll get to them next month. So we'll move on to citizen comments. This is meant for public comments on any subject without any discussion by Board of Trustee members or action except for possible referral to a governmental body or village agent. If you have a comment, please stand and state your address for the record. And we'll start with Ms. Willard.
Not at this time. I was in case of the TID.
Oh, okay. All right. Jan Schmidt.
I'm not gonna stand, no, so.
Yep, oh, you're fine.
Jan Schmidt, good, really. I'm just gonna read it outright. I understand there's been some discussion about the car show paying for the maintenance of the Alpha Field on Main Street. Not sure if all the members of this board are aware of the circumstances regarding the agreement for the village to maintain this parcel of land. In 2006, the Bartell family started a car show, which consisted of car shows on display. At that time, the village board agreed to maintain this land since it was a large area of Main Street, not just because they used it for one day. As of now the village maintains this basically from June through September, not only for the car show, but also because it is one of the most beautiful areas of Main Street. It takes 2 village employees approximately 2.5 hours weekly to cut the grass. And if you figure it out based on 4.33 weeks for 4 months, you're approximately paying 2 employees to maintain that area, $1,688. That's at their today wage. Dennis has been doing that lot for 20 years, so he was making a lot less then. So the cost was a lot less. And then, sorry. So that, isn't a lot of money as far as an employee. The village employees also maintain a large empty lot behind the school. Granted, this is owned by the village and has to be sold, was to be sold in a few years back, but is still the village's burden as of today's date. Also, the village has no problem paying village employees to pick up other people's garbage left in the street or pile of yard tree waste left laying around by residents. As of 2011, the Bartels taught the Schmidt family how to take over the event, at which time the village donated and budgeted $600 yearly. Prior to that, the board had budgeted $1,000 to help Bartels, to help cover costs. A few years later, I personally informed the board that this was no longer necessary and that the car show would now donate funds to the village to help cover costs at the park and other village beautification. As of 2024, the car show has donated over $25,000 to the village for park, village activities, and beautification. In addition, many donations have been made in Lannon's name to nonprofit organizations. The Schmidts have never been paid or compensated in any way for organizing this village event. We don't get paid a penny. Our volunteers consist of our immediate family, which would be my children and my grandchildren, and some very close friends that have stuck this up for the last 16 years with us. We do supply them with food and drink that day, and we have a thank you pizza party at the end for all of the volunteers and the big sponsors that help us make this event so successful. And also keep in mind, you're getting Lions, Optimus, LBA, and a lot of other organizations are making money at this event. This one day event brings in big revenue for the businesses that are open and brings in a large number of people that never knew Lannon even existed and what we had to offer. So when this discussion of the car show paying for the maintenance of the Helpless Field comes up again, I'm hoping the board should take this into consideration.
Thank you, Jan. I think the car show is amazing. I think it's wonderful for Lannon. I'm not aware of any ongoing concerns with any of those arrangements.
It was brought up at a village meeting out of that.
Okay.
All
right. Thank you. Any other citizen comments?
Dennis Shirkus, 19926 Overlook Court. Just wanted to ask, what's the status of the land that's for sale? I know it's in the 2025 budget, income of $54,000, so it's a large sum. So I'd just like to know what the status is of that sale.
Okay. That is still for sale. We did do a price reduction. It is still for sale. So we'll carry it over until we can sell it. Any other?
Can I just ask where it's noted that this lot is for sale? Because there's no for sale signs. It's not anywhere that I've seen.
It's on
Better.
Zillow and it's on MLS.
It's on what?
It's on Zillow and it's on MLS.
Okay, well, people driving through town don't see that. So is there a for sale sign? out there somehow?
We chose not to do the for sale sign, to prevent people from driving back there and further, causing problems with the neighbors.
It's at the end of a private drive, so nobody's gonna just see it driving by unless they see the listing and go back there. Any other citizen comments?
I have one more,
Okay.
because there
last
wasn't a
one.
gentleman that was gonna be here tonight, but I see he didn't make it. The speed in Lannon has been a problem for a long time. It's been brought up several times at citizens' comments. I'm just gonna real quickly say, it's horrible. Horrible down not Main Street, but Lannon Road past school. We have a racetrack. It's a racetrack. And in the subdivision of the old, Forest View, Lake Street, all those, the kids can't even play outside without cars flying through that intersection, or that whole division. And nothing has changed since all of this has been brought up years ago. So I'd like to see something done. And I know there is a program where you can get speed bumps if the community wanted them. So there's gotta be something else out there that you can look into to stop this. It was a dog 2 weeks ago, but it could have easily been a child that got hit by that car.
Okay, thank you. Any other citizen comments? Okay, let's move on then. Item number 10, update on TID districts by Ellers and citizen questions. So I've been trying to do this every year now. We did one last May. This one will be slightly different. There is a lot of misunderstanding about TIDs, questions about TIDs. They're complicated, it's understandable. And in order to try to be transparent and inform the community about how these tools are being used by the village, I think it's good to have an annual kind of review of this, kind of where everything's at. So we're gonna do this again. I have requested that we will have a citizen question period after the presentation, which is a little unusual. But I think it's important that, and frankly, more efficient if you're able to just ask the questions tonight. So I'm thinking we can probably run this for a while. We'll let John get through his presentation, if you would, please, and then we will open it up to questions. He can back up and review slides and show exhibits again when we get to the question period. But if you would just hold your questions until he's concluded, I think we can get through this a little bit faster, and then we'll see how much time we have left, and we'll get as many questions answered as we can. Mr. Cameron.
Sounds good. Good evening, everybody. I'm John Cameron. I'm a senior municipal advisor with Ellers, and I'm going to talk about a number of things in relation to tax incremental financing in general. I'll start off with kind of a TID 101 type session and talk about what is tax incremental financing, how does it work, and then we'll kind of jump into the background and cash flows for both tax incremental finance districts in the village. And we'll talk first about kind of an existing cash flow analysis, assuming no additional projects are undertaken. There's a number of projects in your capital improvement plan that are TID eligible, but assuming you do none of those, or you move forward without TID assistance for those projects, what does the cash flow of the districts, each district look like, which is one of the items we were asked to talk about this evening, and then kind of dive into the capital improvement plan as it stands right now and how the TIDs factor into that. Then kind of jump into what happens when TIP districts close. There is a one-time levy limit increase that municipalities have the option to take advantage of when a tax incremental finance district closes. So I've got an illustration for both TIP districts if they were to close today, which they can't, but if they were, what does the one-time jump look like? and what's the benefit to the village from a levy limit standpoint, and from there, from a question standpoint, we can talk about levy limits all you want. And then, one of the items that we were specifically asked to talk about this evening is how do the tax incremental finance districts interact with the water utility, and a lot of the projects that you have in your capital improvement plan are related to the water utility, where these projects are TIF eligible expenses. So how to take into consideration that cash flow in the context of Public Service Commission regulation. So all water utilities are regulated by the Public Service Commission in Wisconsin. So we'll go into that as well. And then finally, one of the examples that we were also asked to comment on this evening is the assisted living facility, proposed assisted living facility for tax increment finance district number 1. What does the increment stream potentially look like for building valued at $8 million approximately? And what is the levy limit increase or bump when the TIF closes, just specifically related to the assisted living facility. So we're going to kind of talk about a lot of things, jump around to a lot of different topics, but that's really just in response to what we were asked to kind of talk about this evening. So we'll start with just the basics. So tax incremental financing in the state of Wisconsin really is the primary tool in the toolbox that municipalities have to attract and retain, and I'm sorry, I know I'm probably standing everybody's way. I'll do my best to move, to attract and retain economic development. So just generally speaking, you hear TIF, you hear TID, what is the difference between the two? So tax incremental financing, or TIF, is the tool, and we'll talk about how it's defined here in a second. The TID refers to tax incremental district, and it is where the tool is being used physically. So the geographic boundary of the tax incremental finance district. So you kind of hear those talked about interchangeably, but really kind of the bottom line is that tax incremental financing allows municipalities to capture incremental property tax revenue from growth in that defined area and use it to benefit that defined area in terms of eligible project expenses. So when we talk about the building blocks of how a TIF actually works, these next two charts, in my opinion, are probably the simplest but most powerful way to explain how tax incremental financing works in the state of Wisconsin. So going across on the horizontal axis is time, the equalized value is the vertical axis. So when a tax incremental finance district is created, so the boundary is drawn, and we'll talk specifically about TID 1 and TID 2 here in a few minutes, but at the time that the TIF district is created, the value of all property within that tax incremental finance district as it exists at the time of creation is the baseline property value. That baseline property value is frozen, and we'll talk about that in a second from a cash flow standpoint. But property taxes on that baseline value for the life of the tax incremental finance district will continue to flow to the village and the county and the school districts in this case, technical college, as they normally would. No disruption, and when a property is within a TIF district, there is no change in terms of how it's taxed. Okay, it still receives a tax bill just like everybody else with the same mill rate as everybody else in the area. Now, after the TIF district is created and value occurs, or something is redeveloped in nature, any value, taxable value that is generated above the baseline is tax incremental value, okay? So that's shown in the purple area, and the taxes, tax revenue on that purple area, that increment, is collected and remains within the TIF district to pay for eligible project expenses. At the time that the TIF district is terminated, the value that exists in full is returned to the TID outside of the property tax ledger. So you have two different sets of equalized value, and for those who are on the board, last September, and May. I gave kind of I'll say a local government 101, I guess, that talked about, equalized value. So your mill rate or your property tax rate is, based on your property tax levy divided by your total, TID out equalized value. So it's the value of all property in the village less the incremental value of property within the TIF districts. That's what calculates and how you define your mill rate. So the value after TID terminates, that equalized value, in green at the very top, is returned to the TID outside of the ledger. So all things being equal, if your property tax levy is the same, say 20 years from now as it was today, you would see a property tax rate decline because your denominator has grown significantly with that increase in equalized value. So to show it a step further, this is a hypothetical example using just a round overall mill rate of $20 a thousand. So this breaks down, and this is not a real example, this is hypothetical. The local mill rate is $6.50, the county rate is $4 per thousand, the school district is $7.50, and the technical college is $2 to get to that even $20 a thousand. So, like I said, the property values, in this case, let's just talk about TID 1, TID 2. So the property values, when those two TIF districts were created, those properties as they existed at that time are frozen in nature, and taxes are collected on it, and a portion of it goes to the municipality. $4 a thousand times the total value goes to the county. $7.50 per thousand times the total base value goes to the school district. $2 a thousand goes to times the total baseline property value goes to the technical college. Any value that is tax increment value is still taxed at the same $20 a thousand, but instead of a portion of it going to the municipality and the county and the school district and the technical college, it stays within the tax incremental finance district to pay for eligible project costs. And that, in a nutshell, if there was one slide to kind of remember of how TIF works, it's this one. You get to use the overlapping taxing jurisdictions, taxing authority to collect tax revenue and pay for eligible project expenses with a universal goal of attracting, retaining, and promoting economic development.
Each of those entities has representation and votes, and in Lannon's case, voted to approve that. So they know and they're in agreement with that.
Yep, I'll talk about that just for a second. So why use tax incremental financing? Why do municipalities across the state use it? One, it requires cost participation amongst all taxing jurisdictions that will ultimately benefit from increased property values. It promotes economic development and redevelopment by, again, taking those tax dollars within that specific geographic area and using it to pay for eligible project costs to allow that development to occur. In most cases, you see TIF districts being used for lack of infrastructure or for extraordinary costs. With TIF 1 and TIF 2, there was blasting, there was other extraordinary costs that were associated with those developments, as well as infrastructure that needed to be put in to allow those TIF districts to occur and develop. And allow developers to be able to do so while earning a reasonable rate of return. It addresses a lack of other incentives and financial resources again, but for the use of tax incremental financing, these properties would continue to sit vacant. It promotes cooperation between public and private sectors, and this is an old kind of bullet, but initially it was put in, TIF goes back to 1976, and it was initially put in place to counteract the economic downturn of the mid-1970s. The linchpin for tax incremental financing in Wisconsin is what's called the but-for test. It is a standard, as Ben mentioned, so that when a TIF district is created, There's a number of steps, and if you were back in 2018, you went through those steps. Once the project plan, which is the document that has all of the pertinent information on the tax incremental financing, once that's prepared, it goes before the joint review board. The joint review board is made up of representatives of all of those overlapping taxing jurisdictions within the TIF district area, within the TID. So it's made up of a representative from the village, as well as a public member that is recommended by the village, but voted on by the other joint review board members. It's made up of a representative from the county, the school district, and the technical college. And their job is really to vote to say whether or not that but-for test has been met. And really, the thing to think about with but-for is but-for the use of tax incremental financing, the proposed development would either not occur as proposed within the same time frame as it would be with the use of tax incremental financing, or within the same level of value and quality that you want to see. So there's a number of ways that it can be proved. You can go through an independent third-party review of a developer's sources and uses and cash flows with and without the use of tax incremental finance assistance. A development agreement is required for any form of assistance. It really can be also just identifying the site as a challenge site with extraordinary cost of infrastructure, as well as just extraordinary development costs, extensive public infrastructure costs, and lack of economic development in the community as a whole. Ultimately, this is the joint review board's call. And back in 2018, when these two TIF districts were created, these votes went through unanimously by the joint review board, with a resounding yes. So that's kind of a high level overview of the TIF districts. So to get a little bit more specific into TIF 1 and TIF 2, just the facts for TIF 1, this TIF district was created in July of 2018 as a mixed use district, which means it has a maximum lifespan of 20 years under state statutes. It was amended in 2022 to add territory as well as subtract some territory. I'll show you that in a second. And then to amend the project costs that were in the project plan. It has an expenditure period that ends in 2033 and a mandatory termination date in July of 2038. It has been very successful in terms of the value that has occurred and currently has a little over $113 million in incremental value within that TIF district. And the new incremental values as of January 1st, 2025 will come out this summer. So in August, we'll know what the new values and what was added for construction or economic appreciation that would have occurred in 2024, valued as of January 1, 2025. So this map is the boundary of the TIF district. It's a little hard to see on screen, big area. So in red here is the original boundary of the TIF district. There the spotted areas in red were the areas that were added in 2022 as part of that amendment. And then these hashed areas here were the areas that were subtracted from the district when it was created with the 2022 amendment. So a couple of things to kind of keep in mind with tax incremental financing is that number one, the boundary has to be contiguous in nature. So you cannot leapfrog over properties in order to say, well, we think there's going to be development here and here. You have to keep the boundary contiguous in nature. The boundary also has to contain the whole parcel. So you cannot pull in a portion of a parcel. It has to contain the entire parcel. From a cash flow standpoint, and I'll walk from left to right, there's a number of things to kind of talk about. So on the far left-hand side of the screen is the annual tax increment revenue. So I just started it in 2024. We did get your draft audit. So we were able to pull in the cash flow for the district in terms of revenues and expenses for the year, and really just bottom line, the current fund balance for that, which your auditor doesn't expect to change materially between now and when it ultimately is finalized and published. But along with that, there is an annual reporting requirement that has to occur. You've got to file a form with the Department of Revenue by July 1st, which is fast approaching, and conduct an annual meeting of the Joint Review Board. So you'll see another kick at this as we do that annual meeting, but this is where we are right now. So we've got tax incremental finance revenues kind of in the first column here, and I'll jump around. Here, estimated interest earning when we get to a point of having positive fund balance, kind of going up across the page. So total revenues here. There's a number of different debt obligations that are outstanding. There was general obligation promissory notes that were taken out in 2020. There were general obligation notes also in 2020 on a taxable basis. There was a state trust fund loan that was taken out in 2022 and another one in 2023. So in terms of hard general obligation, debt obligations, you've got 4 that are currently outstanding within that district. A couple of things to point out. The longest running one ends in 2036 with the state trust fund loan from 2022. The other thing is this general obligation promissory note from 2020 does have a balloon payment at the end of it at $995,000. We're currently showing that to be paid with cash within the district, but you could certainly also elect to refund that and stretch it out really out through the remaining life of the TIP district, if you so choose. That's your decision as the board. Beyond those debt obligations, there's a series of municipal revenue obligations. So Overstone, you've got agreements with them that has a couple of different MROs. The first 2 were paid with the debt that was issued with the state trust fund loans and other obligations, but you've got annual municipal revenue obligations that really run out through the remaining life of the tax incremental finance district. And then you also have MRO with Rock Point development that also runs out through the lifespan of the district. So what's the difference between general obligation debt and a municipal revenue obligation? General obligation debt counts towards a village's overall level of indebtedness. All municipalities in the state of Wisconsin have a finite amount of general obligation borrowing capacity, and that is no more than 5% of your total equalized value. A municipal revenue obligation is really an annual appropriation of tax increment revenue related to the development that is made available per the terms of the development agreement. The biggest difference is that it is not a general obligation of the municipality because of that annual appropriation clause. So the nice thing about it, there's a couple of nice features, is that number one, it preserves your borrowing capacity for other projects, roads, buildings, equipment, vehicles, those types of things that you might otherwise need to borrow for. The other thing is that it relies upon the developer, upfronting the cash, doing the project, producing, as they say they're going to produce, in order to generate the property tax revenue that they said they would do as part of the development agreement to get themselves paid back for their infrastructure and other development expenses. So this goes to kind of the first set of questions that we were asked to talk about tonight is, if you did no other projects beyond what is currently in the TIP district, what is really the estimated point right now that the TIP district could potentially close? And that's shown here in tan in 2033. So that really would be the point, without doing any additional projects, that your cumulative fund balance would exceed your liabilities outstanding. Okay. Then switching over to TIP district number 2. TIP district number 2 was also created in July of 2018. But this was created as a rehabilitation district, which really means that it has a longer lifespan than a mixed use district. And the type of TIP district is really established at the time the district is created based on the existing and proposed land uses. So this district, as it was defined back then, was in significant need of rehabilitation within the different properties within the districts, which qualifies it for a longer lifespan. This was also amended in August of 2022 from a boundary standpoint and from a project standpoint. It has an expenditure period that ends in July of 2040, mandatory termination date July of 2045, and it currently has a little over $22 million in incremental value within the TIF district. So one thing I do want to hit here, because you might be thinking about it, is when we talk about an expenditure period within the context of a TIF district, what does that mean? What it means is that is the last date in which the village can enter into a contract to take on an eligible project. And that could be entering into a development agreement for an incentive. It could also mean entering into a construction contract to take on an eligible TIF expense. Beyond the expenditure period, so the expenditure period for a TIF district always is 5 years before the maximum lifespan of the district. So beyond it, once you pass that expenditure period, you can continue to pay debt on existing obligations. You can continue to pay on existing municipal revenue obligations and other, obligations within the TIF district. You just can't take on new expenses, new projects. Okay, the boundary of the TIF district is shown here. This is Main Street. Whispering Ridge here, and then the expansion outward. So this is the solid red line, is the initial boundary of the TIF district, and then the dotted areas. Dotted area was the expansion of the TIF district in 2022 as part of that amendment. And then this hashed area here was the subtraction that was also completed in 2022. So there was some property that was removed when that 2022 amendment was done, just like within TIF district number 1. So same sort of question and analysis. Let's look at the cash flow for the district, assuming no new projects with current values. So this does not include, so if you think about the value that is likely going to get with the 2025 equalized values is the development right across from St. John's, the Sewall development. The name of it is totally. Thank you, yeah. So that value, you'll see part of it come on in 2025 and likely the remaining value coming on in 2026. So that is not factored into the revenues that you see here, but will come online very soon. So the tax revenues here again are going down the page. With TID 1 and TID 2, one thing we did factor into these cash flows is a 1.5% of appreciation factor on the incremental value that's there. So assume that increases by about 1.5% annually. So you might say, well, you have no new development, but your revenue is going up. So what does that mean? Does it mean your property tax, we're assuming your property tax rate is staying stable. We're assuming about a 1.5% depreciation factor. And I think that's fairly conservative. So total tax revenues going on down the page out through 2046 actually. So 2045 is the last date when the TID would end, but because the TID is closing after April 15th, you'll collect increment into the following year. You've got one taxable issue that was that's outstanding with a total par amount of $515,000 that runs out through 2030, and then you have a municipal revenue obligation for the Wren development that has annual pay-go provisions at 50% of the increment that is generated that runs out through 2032. So as it stands right now, again, based on the current cumulative balance within the TID and the known development compared to the known expenses, this district could close as soon as 2031. And just in a matter of a couple of months, we'll be able to update this again once we get the new equalized values. Okay, so that's kind of where the TID stand today. Jumping into kind of the next step, which is you have a number of projects that are identified in your capital improvement plan that were part of the original TIP project plans, and the amendments that are TIP eligible. So not all of the projects here, are TIP eligible expenses, but there's a number of them that are. So, I can kind of read through this, and Ben, feel free to jump in here, too, as it pertains to the CIP. But you've got, lift station upgrades to Good Hope Road and Main Street, Good Hope Road reconstruction work, public art signage, streetscaping, water facility electrical upgrades, Good Hope Road, water mains, both phase 1 and phase 2, and a new water tower, on the sewer side, a lift station facility and pumping upgrades. There's capacity payment for wastewater treatment capacity to the village of Sussex. Lannon interceptor inflow and infiltration reduction costs. There is potentially capacity purchase from Sussex on the water side for cost sharing for new well facility. I'll just put a kind of a big asterisk at that number right now, that is a placeholder. There's obviously a significant amount of potential negotiations, and I'm sure that Sussex has asked for much more than what you have listed in this sheet in terms of capacity for that share of the well facility. There's also an interconnect for water main extension, Jacques Park bike path extension, Pocket Park costs, and Bonnie Lane reconstruction costs. So you can see in terms of purpose that some of these are related to both TIF districts 1 and 2. Some of them are related to TIF districts 1 and 2 and the sewer utility. Some of them are water related, a lot of them are water related, and also TIF eligible expenses. Some of them are just general fund expenses, like Jacques Park, for example. In part, some of them are just related solely to the utility, do not have a benefit to the TIF district, and are just general utility expenses that are being taken on. So this is, I think, an estimate of where you potentially stand today and the projects that could exist, to the tune of approximately $15.3 million. So this is an update to a presentation, an initial capital improvement plan that the village's engineer provided to us last fall. And we did a presentation before the board on how this might get financed and what the debt service payments might look like, and how the TIDs might be able to help contribute towards these project expenses. I think, one of the things we'll talk about here is that the TIF districts, now are in a position where you have a substantial amount of known incremental value revenue. They're supporting their own project expenses. You'll within the next few years turn into a positive fund balance. You've got the opportunity, if you so choose to, these are eligible expenses, to take on those expenses to the benefit of the taxpayers of the village, because they'll be borne by the TIF district. Again, assuming you choose to move forward with those projects, and assuming you're going to allocate those expenses to the TIF district as they were originally intended. The other item that the TIF districts pay for annually is some annual administrative operating expenses, approximately $37,500 for TIF District 1 and about $20,000 for TIF District 2. So when you think about where your levy limit is and the amount that you're levying the TIF district, it's not meant to be a supplement to the general fund, but it is meant to help carry some eligible administrative expenses, and it does to the tune of $57,500 approximately. So within the capital improvement plan, right here for a second. What we looked at, and this is for those who were on the board back this fall, this is kind of an update to this spreadsheet, is we looked at, the project costs that are allocated to the water utility, and then the roads and the general fund. The sewer utility project costs are estimated to be paid for within cash within the sanitary sewer utility. So But you have a number of costs. From a roads perspective, it's mainly Good Hope Road portion of that from a reconstruction effort. And then a number of different water projects that are TID eligible, partially TID eligible expenses. The total principal expense that the TID can carry, both TIDs can carry right now is approximately $7,850,000 of additional expenses from that CIP. So a pretty significant bite of the projects that are listed in your capital improvement plan can be supported by the tax incremental finance district, potentially more than that, depending on how the debt is structured. And if you're willing to, potentially refinance that balloon payment and stretch that out, that helps with the cash flow within TID 1. It helps the TID be able to take on in the middle part, some additional debt without running a negative, going back to a negative cumulative deficit out at that point in time. So for simplicity at this point, for the new project costs and the amount that the TIDs can support, we allocated 80% of those costs to TID 1, 20% of those costs to TID 2. Again, we might be able to play around with that and restructure as the project gets closer, as things get more well known, and as you say, we are going to move ahead with these projects. But that gives you a rough idea of what's potentially doable right now. So how does that change the cash flow? The first page is no different than what I showed previously. Total revenues, your debt obligations as they exist right now. But then going into the second page, same set of MRO payments to both Overstone and Rock Point. But then when we get into the newer items, what we did is we started adding in principal and interest payments on future debt. Really starting, in 2020, as soon as 2029, you have debt payments that potentially could exist sooner than that. If we add that in, we may run into a potential cumulative deficit, but we could possibly stretch that debt out over a little bit better period of time. The thing about TID 1 is that it has a lot of increment. There's a lot of cash flow that's being generated on an annual basis. But unlike TIF District 2, it has a shorter lifespan. So the longer that you go without doing projects, so this is now probably maybe the third iteration of that CIP. And as projects continue to move further out, it just shortens the amount of time that we have to repay that expense. So, there's still a considerable amount of buying power within this TIF district, especially if, we continue to see an increase in equalized value within this TIF. Although I realize that, we've seen a tremendous amount already. But, starting in the future, you'll have, annual principal and interest payments that could be taken on. But what it's going to realistically mean for the TIF district is that you'll likely extend that district out to potentially its full lifespan out in 2039 instead of closing it, earlier. Possibly in 2038, but, it'll most certainly go out much longer. TIF district number 2, kind of the same setup. Revenues, existing revenues, no change. Existing debt and MRO, no change. Future debt starting to get layered in, as it's able. We get skinny, very skinny from a positive cumulative balance. And then we rebound very heavily as our existing debt and MROs are satisfied. So really all of the increment that's being generated could go towards projects. The other thing is we have, life on the back end that we're not utilizing right now for debt. We could structure that debt out further and pick up some other, pieces of the projects that are in the CIP, increase the amount that's allocated to TIF district number 2. It's just a matter of, appetite from a board perspective and, willingness to finance projects over a longer period of time.
And this is without any of the Stonewood Trail
That's
development in here.
Yeah, that's correct.
So we'll add about, speculating maybe another 70% said 22 million in increment in that district.
Mhm.
There's 32 units there. If you figure 500,000, that's 16 million.
So it could easily, go quite a bit higher.
Yeah.
Okay, so, transitioning, to one of the other topics we were asked to talk about tonight is what happens when a TIF district closes? So when a TIF district closes, there is under state law, there is a one-time levy limit, increase that you can take advantage of. And this first slide is just to show this very simplistically. So in the state of Wisconsin, and for those on the board, you're probably very familiar with this, going through your budget process. All municipalities are subject to levy limits. And really from a very simplistic standpoint, what it means is that municipalities can really only increase their tax levy for operating expenses by the percentage increase in net new construction. In some cases, zero if there really isn't any net new construction. So net new construction is defined as new construction less the value of any demolition expenses. Okay, so if you think about, say, a building that gets torn down and rebuilt, the difference between the building value as it exists now and the new value is your net new construction. So you've had, years here with the tax incremental finance districts, primarily where you've had very good percentages of net new construction growth. Prior to the TIDs being created, there was very, very little net new construction growth. And I'll show you an illustration of, what happens when the TID closes, and you can see your total mill rate and what that might mean here in a second. So how this works is you get you start with your final TID incremental value. So we'll show you that for TID 1 here in a second, but think about that roughly $113 million. In this case, we're using just a very simplistic $15 million. The TID out equalized value is $500 million of the municipality. So the final percentage of TID of increment as a percent of TID out equalized value, that $15 million divided by the 500 million is 3%. You get 50%, which equals 3%. You get 50% of that impact at the time the TID closes. So in this example, you get a 1.5% bump to your property tax levy. So the other thing to think about is, is the closure process. So for example, if the last year of incremental value is January 1st, 2024, it's reflected on your 2025 levy limit worksheet, and you'll actually realize the benefit in 2026. There's also an adjustment on any subtraction of territories as well. So to take this a step further, if we look at just what does it look like today and what might that levy limit bump look like right now? So this comes right from your submitted levy limit worksheet for budget year 2025. So you have your prior year's actual levy plus personal property aid, so 2024 budget of $700,903. You subtract from that the amount of general obligation debt that you claimed on last year's taxing or levy limit worksheet, which was $52,218. So your adjusted actual property tax levy going into this year was $648,685. So in the case of a TIF district, so this is for TIF 1, the TID incremental value was right now is $113,603,200. Your total projected TID out equalized value, as it exists now, is a little over $200 million. That 113 divided by the 201 and then multiplied by 50% is a 28% bump to a one-time bump to your levy limit. So you would get at the time of TID closure, assuming it closed today, you can realize the increase to your property tax levy of $183,200. And that'll be adjusted as you go throughout time. presumably, up potentially, but likely up, but. So, if you think about your referendum efforts and just, the budgets and what you're looking for, what TID one could potentially do. It's about $183,200 bump to your property tax levy. TID two, same set of numbers, an adjusted actual tax levy of $648,685. When we look at the value, the incremental value at TID one of TID two of $22,291,400 divided by our TID out equalized value, multiplied by 50%, we get a levy limit increase of 5.54%. For $35,948. So, switching gears again to address one of the other questions that came up is, a lot of your projects are related to the water utility that are also TID eligible. The way that the Public Service Commission defines the revenue requirement for the water utility means these water projects will also have an impact on your user rate. So how does tax incremental financing interact with the way that the Public Service Commission sets and defines water rates in the state of Wisconsin? So the revenues that you need to generate from your user rates to operate the utility on an annual basis, and when you go in for a rate case through the Public Service Commission, the amount of money that you need to operate the utility is simply defined as your revenue requirement. So the way that the Public Service Commission defines the revenue requirement for water utilities is making sure that you're recovering 100% of your operating and maintenance expenses. So your operating and maintenance expenses that are related to the water utility, those are budgeted for and recovered through your user rates. Your taxes and transfer payments in lieu of taxes, your general fund are also included in here. And then from a capital standpoint, the way that capital is recovered through your user rates is through depreciation and a rate of return on your existing rate base. Those are not cash expenses. You're not writing a check for depreciation. You're not writing a check for a return on your rate base. But the way that they're defined is depreciation at a high level standpoint recovers the principal of your water utility assets over their lifespan. Your rate of return at a high level recovers the interest expense on the assets over that same period of time. And in the absence of debt financing, it really is a measure of, if you think of it from like a business standpoint, your rate of return is a measure of financial strength and health, and really a signalization of a business, or in this case, the public utilities, ability to reinvest in itself, okay? So these two items together, depreciation and rate of return, when you add them up, they need to be sufficient to pay on a cash basis your debt service payments, any sort of debt coverage requirements that you have on those debt obligations, any cash funded capital expenses. So the way that Public Service Commission views assets that are financed through by TIF is that they are no different than any assets that would be put in by the utility itself, meaning that you have to earn depreciation on those assets, and you also have to earn a rate of return on those assets. So when they get booked into service, different than say assets that are specially assessed or recovered with impact fees or other types of contributions from developers, you're required to earn depreciation and a rate of return on those assets. However, where PSC will deviate from this process, and when you go in for your next rate case, there's work to be done with working with PSC and potentially taking this to the full commission, is to reduce or request a reduced rate of return that really is a 1-for-1 reduction of rate base on dollars to the tax incremental revenue that you're taking in, so that you can realize that you have another revenue source with TIP 1 and TIP 2 that is helping pay for project expenses. Therefore, we do not need as high of a rate of return because we have an alternate revenue source that is benefiting the water utility. So that lowers your revenue requirement, really, again, on a one-to-one basis with the revenue that you're taking in from the two tax incremental financial districts. The final question that we were asked to address, and then happy to turn it back over for questions, is the assisted living facility. What does that potentially look like in terms of tax incremental revenues coming in to TIP 1 through its remaining lifespan? And what happens, what is the impact from a levy closure standpoint when the TIP would close? So the value that we were provided is at $8 million. I just assumed that construction would happen all in one fell swoop in 2025. Perhaps that's not realistic in terms of timing, but based on just existing total tax rate. It's hard to see on the screen, I apologize. The total tax increment, if the TIF district would run its full lifespan, and the value doesn't change, nor the tax rate, would be a little over $3.2 million of additional revenue to TIF district number 1. So that's not in the cash flow right now that we just talked through, but would be, as soon as that value is known and recognized. If you take it a step further and say what happens with just this piece of it when the TIF district closes and what sort of levy limit adjustment might be realized, it's about a 2% increase to your levy, about $12,901. And if you think back, this is kind of off topic as it relates to the assisted living facility, but if you think about levy limits themselves and the increase in net new construction, so think of it this way, a 2%, bump is a little over $12,000 prior to those TIF districts. If you had years with net new construction that was at 1% or less, and you think about your adjusted levy at about 650,000, multiply that by 1%, 2%, that's it in terms of increase to your property tax levy. Then think about where we've been from an inflationary standpoint in terms of expenses, fuel, electricity, and that's before you even talk about salaries, benefits, those types of things. So it just kind of puts it into perspective a little bit, what you're dealing with and what all municipalities are dealing with and the power that growth can have, because we really, in Wisconsin, we are for the most part right now, 100% reliant upon property tax revenue for revenue generation, at least at the municipality level. Counties obviously are different with sales tax revenue. So those are all of the items that I was asked to address and everything that's on here. I will turn it back over to you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, John. So that's a lot to digest. So what I'd like to do is open it up to some questions now. I think what we'll do as a point of order for that is I'd like to allow the board members to ask some questions, and we'll move to the public to ask some questions. For any of you that are watching online and would like to ask a question, you can use the chat feature. Trustee Lake is monitoring that, and we will read those and address those after the folks that are present here. I will kick it off with a couple of questions that I feel like are no-brainer questions from the presentation. If the TID closes with a positive balance, what happens to the money?
Okay, good question. TIF districts that close with a positive fund balance, that positive fund balance is distributed to all of the overlapping taxing jurisdictions in proportion to the tax levies within the municipality as laid out in the statement of taxes, which is a document that gets filed with the Department of Revenue. So back to that $20 1,000 example is probably easiest to see it, here.
So in that example, the proportions of each of those four taxing authorities,
Yeah,
that's the percentage they get back.
yeah. Correct, yeah, so, the school district would get not quite half, but, the school, in most municipalities, your school district is the highest,
Sure.
total mill rate, but it gets divvied up proportionately. If you take each number divided by the total mill rate, that gives you a percentage of how it gets distributed. On the flip side, if the TIF district closes with a negative fund balance, that liability remains with the village. It does not get shared by the overlapping taxing jurisdictions. So the overlapping taxing jurisdictions get to share in the success. But if it closes with a shortfall, they're not on the hook for those costs.
Okay, my second question is, you mentioned a couple of bumps in your hypotheticals. I asked you to present, what are the impacts that these have in at TID closure? So you talk about these bumps. How does that affect people's taxes or does it affect people's taxes? And if so, how?
When the TIF closes, you mean?
Yeah.
So when the TIF closes, you get the one-time increase to your total levy. And that is an optional take it or lose it scenario. So from a board standpoint, you have the ability to take it, which I would strongly suggest you do. But you also don't have to. So your levy would go up if you take it. But your divisor in terms of your TID out equalized value, that also increases because all of that increment goes from the TID inside of the ledger to the TID outside of the ledger. So all other things being equal, your mill rate will go down. So it could be a situation where you're increasing your levy with the one-time adjustment, but that gets more than offset with the increase in property value. Not saying that'll happen, but you've got a considerable amount of value in TID one alone, so.
So it's hypothetically possible that when the TIDs do close and you take these bumps, assuming that that's the policy decision that gets made at the time, you could actually see a reduction in property taxes.
Yeah, you could. And one strategy that some municipalities will elect to do around a TIF closure is, beyond just what's in the CIP or within the CIP itself, depending on how, if there's projects that fall outside of the TID, is take on, a lot of municipalities will choose to take on a large project, do a borrowing with the debt levy coming on in conjunction with the increase in TID out value coming online, so that you can do a project without seeing the corresponding increase to the mill rate. So it's something to think about, as you go out into the future.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? I'm sure we've got.
You keep saying TIF instead of TID. So if I'm understanding right, TIF is the base.
TIF is,
It's the total baseline property, right? What you're saying there.
no, TIF really is.
That's TID.
TIF is the tool, TID is the
Right.
geographic area where the tool is used.
Okay,
So TIF is this.
okay. Can the TIF be closed if TID 1 and 2 are not ready to be closed?
Well, municipalities, there's three situations when a TIF can be closed. One is it reaches the end of its maximum lifespan. The other is that your cumulative fund balance exceeds your liabilities outstanding. You paid for your project costs, and that's really your best case scenario and what you want to see, that the cumulative fund balance exceeds our liabilities outstanding, and we're closing the TIF district early. The third is that we're voluntarily closing the TIF district early, but it has not recovered all of the liabilities. In a situation like that, any liabilities that are still outstanding have to be borne by the general property tax levy and the utilities to the extent that they're eligible. In your case, you have, a number of development agreements that really, commit you to, portions of incremental revenue and run out for a number of years yet.
Yeah, we have TID 1 and TID 2. Right.
I have a request. The people online cannot see the screen, and so would you be able to provide me at some point the PowerPoint that I can share with everybody online?
Yeah,
So that
absolutely.
they can analyze the numbers a little bit closer.
Sure.
They can hear you. My question is, in particular, when we looked at the capital improvement plans that are TID eligible. Let's run a hypothetical that the Village of Lannon never created a tax incremental district or multiples of them. And yet we still needed to do a water project, and we still needed to upgrade a media lift station, and we needed to do infrastructure maintenance. What would our option be? How would we handle that if we did not have TID eligible funds available to basically borrow against?
There's, I guess, a number of things to kind of unpack with a question like that. Number one, when you look at these projects and the nature of these projects, there's really two ways that projects can be financed in Wisconsin. There's general obligation debt and revenue bond debts. We talked about general obligation debt before, and the limits of that 5% of your equalized value. So one of the things that the increase in value has done is it's increased your borrowing capacity, because that 5% of your total TID value has grown. So it's given you the ability to fund these projects, even though you might have abatement sources that might abate the property tax levy with general obligation debt, with TID revenues and revenues potentially of the utilities. It's given you the ability to finance those projects. So if you didn't have the TIP districts, if you didn't have that value, your borrowing capacity would be smaller than it is today. So we likely wouldn't have the ability to finance the projects entirely that we see on screen. The other way to finance projects is with revenue bond debt. Revenue bond debt is supported by the revenues of the pledged utility. So water utility rates for water projects, sewer user rates for sewer projects. So you can take on as much revenue bond debt as your revenue structure can support, but it's always at the time the debt is taken out, you're really looking at how much debt it can support in arrears. So you're in the official statement for the debt, which is the primary offering document. You're relying on last year's financial statements, your last year's audit with revenues and expenses to prove that you have the financial wherewithal to take on those borrowings. So what it would require is significant user rate increases, really prior to the projects being financed, so that you've got the ability to then take on the debt. Or it would require you to do interim financing, so kind of like think of like a construction loan or something like that. So financing on a short-term basis, do those rate increases, then come back and refinance the debt with permanent revenue bond debt. So that's what you'd have to do in order to do it, and you'd have to take on the corresponding user rate increases really within the context of the water utility. Sewers been financially in a pretty good position.
I will just add a little context to that. If I remember correctly, when we were looking at forming these TIDs, I think our equalized value was about 140 million or so in the entire village. Significantly less than where it is. And we had debt, and our borrowing capacity was very, very limited at the time.
And that was exactly Mr. Cameron, you're way smarter than I am, and you do an incredible job of explaining the minutia. But the big picture is that TID is a good way for a municipality of our size to foster an environment of development of underutilized lands I mean, the real simple thing about it is if we look at the proposed development on the east side of town, that is agricultural land and it's taxed at a rate of an agricultural and partial wetland, you know. And what it will do is it will allow an environment that is conducive to entice someone to make a development, which then is taxed at the rate of that development. And the big picture to me as a board member is that every single budget cycle, we are counting pennies. And that is counting pennies to get the salt on the streets and to plow. It's not counting, let's improve the park or let's do something nice to make the community nicer. I really see the TIDS as a vehicle to be able to do the development, which will increase the ultimate tax base and the infrastructure that needs to happen to not only support the growth, but also maintain a quality of life for everyone who's been here. Old properties, new developments, single family, business. And that's all I wanted to point out. And you've done a really good job of the dollars and cents, but I wanted to take it back to a big picture. How did the board in the early days before I was here look at it and say, how are we not just gonna annex ourselves to Menominee Falls? Or how are we gonna maintain our autonomy? How are we going to keep Lannon something that moves into the future? And you know, so I appreciate the minutia, but also the big picture of it is a tool that we've used, and I think we've used it really successfully.
I've got a couple questions. So like the proposed senior living facility, if that or something similar to that were to be developed that is not for profit or tax exempt, how does that fall into this category? Because that would not be incurring or contributing revenue.
Yeah, you're right. So
We
something.
wouldn't allow that.
Something that isn't, that would go into a tax incremental finance district would not be obviously taxed. Oftentimes what you see in lieu of that is the municipality through a development agreement entering into what's referred to as a pilot payment or payment in lieu of taxes that would essentially look at what the property might otherwise be valued at or what we need in terms of revenue on an annual basis to pay for the project expenses that development is benefiting from and receive payments, you know, that way. So back to the cash flow of the district, instead of taxing, you'd have another column. So instead of tax incremental revenue, you'd have pilot payment revenue from that, you know, facility that would come in for a, you know, a defined period of time. It could be, you know, it could be done in the TIF district, and that could be as a condition of allowing the property to develop in that space.
But there would be no actual funds that would come in. There would be a pilot revenue or evaluation, but there'd be no.
No,
tax
that would
dollars.
be actual cash coming in. So you wouldn't get tax revenue, but you would get a payment in lieu of taxes. You'd get cash from that property that would come into the TIF district. So it wouldn't be tax revenue because obviously it's tax exempt, but it would be revenue, you know, per the terms of an agreement that would come in and flow in through the TIF district. And I'm sure Hector could probably do a better job of explaining that than I did.
That would be per the terms of the development agreement.
That's what you'd want to structure, because again, what you're saying is, but for the use of tax incremental financing, these properties wouldn't have developed. And that likely then comes with, in this case, significant expense. There's infrastructure and other things that have been made available to allow that development to occur. It just so happens that the development that might be the best and highest use does not pay property taxes. And I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but in just kind of following your scenario here. So in lieu of that, then you would calculate or come to, you know, terms with that developer for a payment in lieu of taxes that could go to help pay for eligible TIF expenses.
Okay.
I think I said that okay. I didn't step out of line.
I got a couple, three more. So with MROs, I guess, you gave a couple examples about how, like, what hypothetical, if TID 1 or TID 2 were to close early. The sheet I have in front of me is the TID 1 sheet. That's slide 12, I think. And it shows that TID 1 could potentially, you have it indicated shadowed, that it could potentially close in 2033. But we have our Rock Point MROs, or the kickbacks that we gave to Rock Point, project to 2038. So hypothetically, if we close at 2033, does Rock Point lose the kickbacks from 2033 to 2038? Or would the village then need to make a lump sum payment to Rock Point
So,
at closure?
yeah, there's a couple of ways it could be handled. You could do a lump sum payment, or you could keep those funds in escrow, close the district, put those funds in escrow, and then continue to pay them out through the term of the development agreement. So you
Okay,
still could close the district, but that when you do a closure, there's an audit that also has to get done for the TIF district. So that would say these of the cumulative fund balance, these remaining, whatever the sum is of these remaining payments would be put into escrow for Rock Point and continue to get paid out for a defined period of time for the development agreement.
okay, so those obligations, that it is debt, right? There's no way, even if the debt,
It's
even if we close early, we're still obligated to pay that money to the developer.
correct.
How do you guys get paid? I think there was a question that came on Facebook, as to how Ellers gets paid. Is it an origination fee only that's included in part of the cost of preparing these proposals and these TID districts? Is it a recurring fee that you guys acquire? Can you explain that to us?
So at the time the TIF district is created, we had a scope of services that was agreed upon by the village board for a fixed fee amount to create the TIF district project plan. At that time, I think we were charging about 15,000 to create a tax incremental finance district. So 15,000 for TIF 1 and 15,000 for TIF 2. So the way that we work is we have a fixed fee for the creation of a tax incremental finance district that includes the preparation of the project plan, attending all of the meetings, filing those documents then with the Department of Revenue. And then in addition to that, to satisfy your annual meeting requirement, we facilitate the annual meeting of the Joint Review Board. That includes updating the cash flow for the TIF district, and then attending and facilitating and attending that Joint Review Board meeting. And I want to say we charge about $2,500 for that on an annual basis.
Okay, and then, so that 2,500 is above and beyond the
The original
origination.
creation, yeah,
Okay, when we make amendments, is that a separate fee structure as well?
it is. And to do an amendment to a TIF district is the same as creating it. You've got to go through the exact same steps. So it's really the same cost. But obviously, if you're not going to amend the district, you incur that cost. So you've done one amendment to date, so.
Okay, thank you. One, I think, final question. So a couple other people have indicated that Lannon has a general general ledger, budgetary concerns and constraints. And so there's a lot of budgetary issues that we've faced and dealt with over several years. So that's why I think there's been so many questions about the benefits of potentially closing these, what impact that has on the tax levy. And I guess kind of where I'm leading with this is there was a slide on here which indicated that we contribute from the TIDs to administrative costs. Can we contribute more to our administrative costs?
Really,
There's, I mean, We had concerns with funding our police department. There's gotta be a mechanism that we can contribute from, we have a large amount of money in these TIDs. It's crazy that we can't pull money from this to take care of, especially because this growth puts a burden on our police department. I think a lot of our call volume goes to these areas where this growth is. So I guess there's gotta be a way to offset some of that cost with some of this, right?
From a statutory standpoint, you're not eligible to or allowed to allocate those types of expenses to the tax incremental finance district. It really is defined in statutes to capital expenses, specifically, related to costs that are necessary to allow the development to occur. So, when you think back to the TIF district, there is kind of a trade-off between wanting to try to get as much projects as you can done, and you've got a considerable lift in terms of potential projects, but also wanting to try to close the district to get that newly created value onto the TID outside of the ledger, as well as to get that one-time levy limit bump. And part of that one-time levy limit bump is to help with those operating related expenses. That's what the legislature defined when they created tax incremental financing. I wish it was different, but it's not.
I guess to follow up, then, I think you showed admin expenses are 3% of something, like, is that a prescribed amount, and what is it?
Goes back to when the TIF district was created, in terms of administrative, it's really time spent dealing with the TIF district from an administrative cost benefit. So you've got some fixed costs, like part of the audit that is related to the TIF district that gets rolled into that, as well as just some staff time that is allocated to the TIF district. So it's meant to recover proportionate share of costs that are really because of the TIF from an administrative standpoint, but not true operating like police and fire and which I get, because you're right. I mean, there are costs, operating costs for, serving those areas that you're not able to recover from a statutory standpoint through the tax incremental finance district.
In that administrative percentage, does that also include some of the fees that trustee Batiste was questioning, or the costs associated with the TIDs? Those are all attributed back to the TIDs themselves, correct?
Absolutely. Yep, those are TID eligible expenses. Yeah, they're not being borne by the general fund. Yeah.
Okay, I have a few questions. John, you've articulated a lot of the benefits of a TIF and the TID districts, so I appreciate that. What you really haven't talked about too much is some of these shortfalls. Okay, and Dan touched on this, it diverts revenue from basic services. So you freeze the tax base at pre-development levels. And then any increase in the property tax revenue, it goes to the TIF district rather than to the general municipal funds where we pay for our services. And so, we know we're struggling to meet our general revenue obligations. And, short of asking for more tax dollars via referendums, what are some other ways you would propose?
Well, I guess maybe there's kind of two parts to the question in terms of some of the negatives of TIF and then other revenue generation. The referendum for municipalities right now is the biggest tool in the toolbox. It really is. And if you're paying attention to sources like the League of Municipalities and kind of follow some of the news that they're publishing, you saw there are a lot of municipalities that went out for referendum with the spring election this year, and several others that went out in fall, most of which were not successful. So I think the public in general is getting more used to, referendums pretty much used to exclusively live on the school district side. It's now becoming a necessity to try to go out for referendum on the municipal side, just because we're 20 years from the inception of levy limits, give or take. most municipalities have more than reached the end of their rope, in terms of levy capacity. What you saw, when levy limits were first imposed is that most municipalities levied in some way, shape or form for capital. As your rate of inflation has far outpaced the percentage increase in net new construction, those dollars that you might have otherwise levied for capital now have to go for operating expenses. And eventually you get to the point where you have nothing else to cut. Other revenue generation sources that municipalities have looked at is say a wheel tax, which is not popular, to be quite honest.
Probably less popular than a referendum.
Yeah, and it's very limited. It gets collected actually by DOT, but then passed back to the municipality, has to specifically be used for transportation related expenses. But one of the things that we kind of learned as municipalities were looking at that as a revenue source is that it's not, it's really only applied on personal use vehicles. The higher the weight, those vehicles that are commercial generally fall outside of the purview of being subject to the wheel tax. And doesn't always generate a lot of revenue, so it's a tool, but it's not the end all be all. Impact fees, which you're already using, those are one-time fees, that's on the capital side. Converting your garbage to off the tax levy, charging for that separately. Same thing with recycling. Municipalities have done that. There is a levy limit adjustment on the negative side that you have to look at with that. The formation of a stormwater utility is another one. So none of these, unfortunately, are the magic arrow to be able to kind of save the day. In most cases, it's needing to educate the public about why we have to go to referendum and trying to do it. Or the flip side then is, if it fails, cutting services, which nobody wants to do.
Or shrinking kids.
Well, so the shrinking of TIDs is potentially an option. You've done that once. What you need to weigh is, if you're going to remove parcels from the TID, number one, it's got to be the whole parcel. And number two, it's got to be things that you're going to actually then get significant, bang for your buck. And a lot of these are tied to specific, municipal revenue obligations that you have outstanding. Really, what you potentially would want to look at from a strategy standpoint is, what could we subtract out that's not tied to, any sort of municipal revenue obligation. But keep in mind that that's also then going to negatively impact you have to look at, what it does to the TID cash flow too.
Well, I can think of one thing, and that would be the senior center, where we could generate immediate tax benefit were it to be built. Okay, moving on from that then, another concern of mine.
Did you want me to address the negative on TIDs?
Sure, yeah, go ahead. I thought you were done.
I can go as long as you want me to go. So you're right. I mean, there are trade-offs with tax incremental financing. Part of it is the issue that you just raised, where, in the case of, say, residential development in particular, not, all development has a need for services, right? But certainly residential development has, potentially an increased need for services with people living and dwelling in the municipality. And you're not allowed to be able to collect the other operational costs for that would otherwise be generated through property taxes, as if the TIF district never occurred, and that development would occur on its own naturally. And that really is the trade-off. And back to when the TIF district was originally formed, that but-for test, and that really, to be very honest, is why it is very important to make sure that but-for test is satisfied. And generally speaking, it usually and always is. But if you didn't have the tax incremental finance districts, I think you could pretty safely say these developments would not be here.
Well, no, you never know. And so you touched on something that,
well, I mean, to take it a step further, I mean, you do have, and I'm not gonna, get into speculation on it, but at the time those developments did occur, it's significant discussion with developers on, really the extraordinary cost that existed on these two sites and what it was going to take to allow development to occur. The significant cost of blasting for each of these, on each of these sites, the infrastructure costs that had to occur in order for this development to happen. So without the use of tax incremental financing, I think it's perhaps the developments would occur in some way, shape or form, but likely not to the extent that you have currently.
Okay, well, to put a number on that, the MRO obligations for Overstone total 5.3 million. And for Rock Point, it was a little over 3 million. So I don't know how much blasting they had to do, but that's a lot of tax dollars. Another concern I have with TIFs is lack of transparency and oversight. So, you talk about a joint review board. So I was present at the meeting that was held in December with the joint review board. And there was a representative from Waukesha County, Patrick, and then I think it was Mike Janzak.
Mike Janis, and then
Janis.
a representative from the school districts and the community college.
I did not see anybody from the school district.
We had some
They were on.
that remoted in, and then one was not present.
Okay. All right, well. So when you're talking about oversight for a board that, a joint review board that small, how much oversight is there when it comes to identifying projects and releasing those projects?
Really, the project approval process happens at the time that the TIF district is created and amended, and then, really it's the annual meeting process. So you go through, in our case, we go through, cash flow analysis. There's also what's called a PE 300 form that is submitted by the municipality to the Department of Revenue, documenting the revenues and expenses. And then it's also shown in terms of revenues and expenses in your annual financial statement. So those are kind of the primary sources.
Okay, so, and when we're talking about projects that have been identified, in last year's report, there was the water expansion project included a third source, which was tower and well. Now that's been changed in this presentation to interconnect. Who makes those changes?
The municipality and the board really has the ability to, move ahead. It really is an additional source of water, whether it be an interconnect or a ground well source that, rests with the board.
For the sake of what's in here, I made those changes.
Okay. Talking about the water project, you mentioned about potentially petitioning the PSC to reduce the rate of return. So it was like 1-for-1. Have you ever seen that done?
Yeah, we've successfully petitioned the PSC for lower rates of return in the cases where you have alternate revenue sources.
Okay.
This is, I will say, this is fairly, you've got a significant lift on your hands. You have a lot of projects relative to the size of the water utility. So the asset base that you have in existence right now compared to the asset base that you're gonna be adding is significant. So this is unlike anything I've ever seen before in terms of the projects that you have upcoming relative to the existing size of the water utility. So, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It's a significant lift to the PSC when we get to that point.
Okay, just a couple more questions. Do you know what the TID #1 fund balance was at the beginning of this year?
It's negative. It was a little over $500,000 in the negative at the beginning of this year.
You want the report from Wendy?
So the fund balance at the beginning of this would have been at the beginning of 2024, so I'm sorry, was negative 552,022. At the end of 2024, beginning of 2025, you were negative $1,097,218.
I can send you those reports. The same report.
What about TID number 2?
At the beginning of 2024, you were negative $146,894. And at the end of 2024, $118,589.
Negative.
Were they supposed to be negative? Yes, oftentimes with TIF districts that have significant upfront costs, you start in the negative and then you work your way into the positive from a cumulative fund.
So the following projections or no?
The development, I would say, is ahead of projection. The fund balance in the negative is behind projection.
Okay, so in 2025, the village owes 188,000 plus in interest against TID obligations, bonds and things like that. How does that get paid? Or does that just roll into the negative TID balance?
So it gets paid with the revenues of the tax incremental finance district. So in 2025, we're projecting, this is TID 1, we're projecting that you would have an annual positive difference between revenues and expenses of just under 350,000 for this year, and that includes the interest expense on the existing debt.
Okay,
So it goes to help reduce the debt, that $1 million deficit. So in this case, with no new projects, we project getting into the positive by the end of 2027 for TIF 1. And that's shown on slide 12. In 2026, next year, the end of 2026, for TIF 2.
Which financial institutions carry that debt? Who's accruing the interest?
The villages.
But who's carrying the debt load? Who funded the loans to us?
So with the debt that was out in the open market, those were competitively issued municipal securities. So you had an underwriter that purchased that debt and then parsed it off in the secondary market. With the case of the state trust fund loan, those were direct loans that were taken out through the Board of Commissioners of Public Lands, between the village and the Board of Commissioners of Public Lands.
Does Ellers brokerage many of these?
No, we're not a broker. We're strictly a municipal advisor. So we recommend the method of sale and we help facilitate the sale. We're not purchasing the debt. We're also not placing it directly with the bank or any other institution. And these were competitively issued debt obligations that, like a construction project where you had defined bidding time. You had multiple underwriters that bid on that. There's a whole set of documents that we can provide you if you want that would show the number of bidders that you had, what the winning bid was, who the financial institution, the underwriter that won it. If they had syndicate members as part of their bid, and then the official statement that went along with the debt. So that's all readily available information that either we or staff can provide you.
No, but I'll reserve my right to
Yeah.
to call the witness.
Yeah.
When it goes into the positive, are we allowed to earn interest?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, in fact, we do show that here in the second column here.
If we've mostly addressed board questions, we can open it up to the public here to dig in a little bit further, unless anybody else would like to.
The only thing I was gonna say is in the multiple decades that I've lived here, if it wasn't for the TIF districts, we wouldn't have Overstone. We wouldn't have Rock Point. We wouldn't have Whispering Ridge. We wouldn't have, the new one that's going up. Am I correct?
I would say yes.
Whispering Ridge was not part of the TID district. Whispering Ridge North is part of the TID district, but Whispering Ridge Estates is not part of the TID district.
Or we wouldn't have it. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
It was-
a large portion of, so Whispering Ridge, the condominium development originally was not. Obviously, the kids weren't around then.
Mhm.
Then there was a series of residential homes, the Whispering Ridge Estates was built prior to the TIDs. Whispering Ridge Estates North is in the TIDs.
Mhm.
So that's 38 homes.
But again, we wouldn't have those if it wasn't for.
True.
Well, you can't say that with certainty.
No.
It's your opinion.
Yeah.
It might be, but there's no thing that you would say for sure you wouldn't have.
Other than,
No, you
other
can't,
than the
but
development.
we've been here, but nothing really, the only newly platted residential area was Whispering Ridge since Lannon Estates was put in what, the 60s or 70s, so.
Correct.
Jerry, you had a comment?
Well, Whispering Ridge was done as a PUD, and that's how development was done before there was TIF districts. And we would negotiate, consideration for the developer to do the PUD, mostly more density. So it had nothing to do with TIF. It was built because it was financially feasible.
Ben,
So to further expound on that, someone said Lannon Village Hills was built in the 50s, 60s. So there was no new subdivisions from the 60s until Whispering Ridge Estates condominiums. That went in, went bankrupt twice,
3 times.
3 times. And so Whispering Ridge Estates was able to finish out because they bought that on foreclosure from the bank.
Yeah.
That's what made that financially viable.
North Shore.
That's what made them be able to afford the PUD fees that the village was charging at the time. But absent of getting land on a foreclosure, there were no new subdivisions in a several decade span compared to what's happened over the last 7 years.
Any other, Jerry?
The but for is the thing in Lannon is bedrock. And Lannon Hills is up on the top of a hill on gravel. And, Whispering Ridge was fortunate that part of it was on gravel. They did have to do some blasting, but no development on the east side of town would go ahead except for the but for. And I dealt with 7 different developers for that in the town and just can't afford it with the blasting.
Anybody, yeah, go ahead. Why don't you guys just ask away, fire away at John?
Proctor.
Yeah,
Well, I have a question sort of unrelated to the TIDs and the TIFs.
okay.
Is that Lannon, as you drive through it, doesn't have an appealing look with some of the buildings that are tear downable and that are paintable, that are, you know, are, it doesn't give a good look. I met a lady the other day that lived in Lannon years ago and she drove through and she said, you know, nothing has really changed other than the new developments. So does Lannon have the ability to make those properties presentable, whether it be paint or tear down?
So
or-
we're gonna get to that in a later item on the
Okay,
agenda.
okay.
Under the municipal code
Okay.
enforcement. So let's stick to the TID for now.
Yeah, I'm just thinking,
please.
who would want to come and develop in an area that
Did
looks
you have
like
any
that?
other questions?
No,
Okay.
thank you.
So, thanks for your presentation. I understand this so much better. It seems like the challenge for the board is you guys are just constantly getting squeezed because we keep bringing in more houses and that adds to your administrative expenses, but you're not getting much more income because, you know, those new houses aren't giving you any new income really. Because the extra income that they're getting from their value stays in the TIF, right? So, and we talked, and so what you said, Mr. Batiste, I mean, that's kind of why I'm here today, because that seems like the biggest challenge of everything. So I voted no for the referendum, and now I would vote yes, because I understand that you guys are screwed, basically. Because I think for the greater good, the TIFs are gonna help us. It's gonna help the community. But short term, it makes it tough on you guys. And there's not a lot of options for them. What if they reassess? Is that an option? I don't know if I'd like that, but if they reassess, then wouldn't they get more money? Well, they get more money from the non-TIF people.
No, so really, it doesn't change how much you can actually levy,
Okay.
because again.
Oh, yeah, because if
you can
your
only-
mill rate would go up or down, yeah.
You can only increase your property tax levy by the percentage increase in net new construction.
Okay.
So,
It'll affect the mill rate,
Yeah.
likely.
it would. But it wouldn't necessarily drive your property taxes down.
Right.
Because your property, if say they reassess and your value goes up, the tax rate goes down, but because your value went up, it might be the same, or actually, if you're, say you did something to the house in between reassessments, and it really goes up or something,
Right. It's always risky.
you know, you could actually, you know. Go on.
So the referendum, how would that have increased, administrative expense again?
So the proposal was that the referendum, those tax dollars go right to the general fund that we can use for administrative expenses, as opposed to the TID funds that go into separate funds that have restricted uses.
Right. I guess that's good. It's just, I feel for these guys because they got to cut unless we give more money. Basically.
So if I'm understanding it correctly, the only money or the only TIF money can be used in boundary TIF areas. Now, what happens to all the boundaries that aren't in a TIF area? We just don't get any improvement. We don't get any fixes. I don't understand.
Well, there's maybe two parts to that question. So the first part is, can you just have project expenses within the TID boundary itself? And the rule there is you can do, you can certainly, anything inside the TID itself, that geographic area, that are eligible expenses can be undertaken, but you can also have project expenses within a half-mile radius of the TID boundary, provided again, they were identified project expenses as part of the project plan and eligible. I'm blanking on the second part of your question.
Half-mile radius.
Okay, the half-mile radius, what if you're not in the half-mile radius?
Then eligible expenses for the most part are not, you can't do. The only exception to that is water and sewer, where you might have to locate, say a well. The well might have to be located more than a half mile from the boundary of the TID, but it benefits the TID. Same thing with the wastewater treatment plant. That's another example where, say you had significant capacity purchase that you had to make from Sussex in order for the TID districts to occur. That could be an eligible expense, even though it's well more than a half mile from the boundary of the TID.
John, can you talk real quick on why you can also not use TID funds for things like the municipal building or the park up there?
Because the legislature says we can't.
I just wanted it to be out there.
It's just not permissible.
But John, some of these things might benefit non-TID residents, right? I mean.
Yeah, as a whole,
A new water
yes,
tower might
but-
benefit me and I'm not in the TID.
Right, so as part of that, the project plan, those projects were identified, and from an engineering standpoint, you have allocable expenses to the TID that were able to, for these areas that do benefit the district, that do pay for it. So it might be not 100% of the project expense, but a proportionate share of the expense, and that's fairly common for infrastructure projects, yes, sir.
That proportion that was written into the TID plans is 90%. So third source, water tower, those were allocated in the original TID plan at 90%.
What about police coverage You know, I mean, none of that's gonna be covered with all the additional population. So the non-TID areas are really affected horribly, horribly with road usage and everything else. So how do you?
Well, the road reconstruction could help road
I'm not
reconstruction.
talking construction, I'm just talking in general, traffic increase. So then what do we do?
Suffer.
Yeah, we are suffering.
I think it's important to realize too that like the TID and the TIF are vehicles, again, long-term planning.
Yeah.
These properties are not always going to, once the TID closes, those properties start contributing tax revenue at their value.
And we're,
You know, we have the ability to take that bump from the levy, that one-time bump. I mean, ultimately, we are dealing with a levy that is smaller than the needs of the community, and this is a way to offset that to a certain extent. Do you agree?
Or to try to.
I think in addition to that, like all municipalities, eventually you do get to the point where you either have to make decisions on service levels versus the need for a referendum. And obviously that's left to the voters to decide. And I know you went through that once already.
now you're talking paying them off in 20 years.
None of us will be here anymore.
We won't be here. So we're gonna suffer for 20 years.
But that is the role of government. The role of government is to do long-term planning, you know. There were people here, Jerry will attest to this, there were people here 30 years ago who made a 50-year plan, you know? They didn't do it because they're gonna be here. They're doing it because their children will be here.
My children.
I have kind of two parts to my question. One is, how long has that parcel of land been sitting there undeveloped? You know,
Which
the
one?
one where the senior assistant.
Forever.
Okay, and for sale for a while too.
Number of years, I couldn't
Number of
say for
years.
sure.
So it's
Three or-
not like
three or
it's hot
four
on the
probably.
market and anybody's looking to buy it.
Yeah.
And with that, a part of this, the next part of my question probably has to do with my still not totally understanding tips, although tonight has been extremely helpful. And I feel a bit more comfortable after getting this information. So I'm looking at the sheet where the incremental value, if there was a senior center, the tax increment is about $100,000 a year, and over the course of the years, it's a little over 3 million. How does that work with TIFs and the village board, all the trustees and the developer with contracts? Is that something you negotiate so that we're not spending more money on reimbursing the developer than what we're going to get back? I'm assuming there is, but I figured I'll ask the question to make sure.
All of that stuff gets negotiated throughout the process of doing the developer agreement and talking with Ellers about projections and what their ask is and figuring out whether or not it makes financial sense for the village to take on the risk of meeting that incentive request. So, and then it gets memorialized in the development agreement and in the MRO, which will spell out the financial arrangement.
And can we define MRO for those
The
of us?
municipal revenue obligation.
Thank you.
So that's a commitment that the village makes to the developer. And all the terms and conditions are outlined in that, and that becomes part of the development agreement as well.
And the way it works then is that the developer does some infrastructure improvements. And then as they go through their development, then they get reimbursed because I've seen line items like giving Berg Development some money. So I'm just trying to understand how this works.
So they're all negotiated individually and separately. There are standard ways that we try to operate, and that is typically the methodology, yes, is, you know, they expend the money, create the project, demonstrate increment and value, and they in turn then get compensated. So we've tried to be very diligent and intentional in our approach to negotiating these agreements. And they have all been on a pay-go basis. And that is because we did not want to take any risk of putting out a bunch of funds, with the exception of one, and that was actually Berg, I think. We did actually advance a little bit of money to him. But it's all basically, look, we're willing to help contribute to make this possible for you because we believe in your project. But you're not gonna get paid until we get paid. In other words, you build the project, you create the increment and the value. We recognize the revenue and we will share a portion of that with you. Or an occupancy type of arrangement like we did with Rock Point Village. That was a two-pronged. So they got a certain incentive amount when each building came online with an occupancy permit. And then they get an ongoing MRO amount. And those percentages, again, are all negotiated separately as their own individual deals. So there's nothing written in stone that says we have to do it a certain way. It's just depends on the project.
Are developer agreements public record?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Mhm.
Online, or do we have to come to get them, or?
You know, we can put those online, I believe.
Yeah, I guess. Scan them all in.
So the pay-go, council has advised me to explain, what that is. So that's, the pay-as-you-go. So again, that's kind of the idea of we pay on an annual basis, much like you've seen in some of these forecasts, you see like an annual amount and those percentages of the increment, the share percentage, we're paying that out each year as we go. And then there's, in all cases so far in these TIDs, there's a cap. So it's not into perpetuity. It's, we're gonna share revenue, let's say 60-40 or 50-50 up to X dollar amount. And once that cap is met, then that obligation has been met and it's no longer a liability on the TID.
How long those usually last? How long?
Well, right now, they've got them forecasted out in these pro formas, so if you have a hard copy of this, Jan, that shows the current projections.
Yeah, they'll like the years that are projected to be paid off.
I don't think there's anything precluding us from prepaying that. I don't think any of the developers would say, no, I don't want that money. Right, so if we got into a situation where we wanted to prepay, we could do that, and I believe that's the case with all of our debt as well.
Yeah, there's call features on the debt. You can't prepay it, with the exception of the state trust fund loans. Those are
Right.
prepayable.
Yeah.
Really at any time with 30 days written notice. The debt that was issued in the open market that had a call feature generally around year 7. Somewhere around there, so you
Yeah.
can prepay the debt. And if the TIF district, would be in a position to close sooner than that, you can still close it, put those funds in escrow, keep paying on the debt until the call date, and then call and prepay it.
Did I accurately explain
Great
pay-go?
job.
Okay.
I just have one quickie, if you don't mind. What happens if property values take a dump with all these projections and stuff?
Yeah, so these are based off of where values exist today. They're not, they're not projections, they're known values, released by Department of Revenue. If they were to decline significantly, you would see the amount of increment, generation go down pretty considerably each year, but you have to think through under what type of scenarios you would see a pretty catastrophic loss in value. I mean, you think back to the Great Recession and you certainly had years where you had negative equalized value growth trends, or at least flat equalized growth trends, but in some cases you still had at least 1%, 0.5%, something like that, not crazy, but, you still have.
Did you have
some-
appreciation factors built in, or is it set at zero when you did your modeling?
In the cash flows that you see, there's a 1.5% appreciation,
Pretty modest, yeah.
but no increase to the tax rate. So the tax rate stays steady.
Colleen, do we have any good questions on, oh, I'm sorry.
We do not have any
Your
online.
hand was behind the owl.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sure.
I'm just curious, I'm not sure if, either of the lots are in the TIDs. I would assume the one by Mims would not be, but I didn't know if the one by the school would be, because it's near the area that's been built.
That is not, neither of them are limited.
This one over here, the lot between that the village bought over here is in the TID. The one that's for sale off of Good Hope is not.
I would have thought the other. Anyways, I'm just wondering if the village is lacking money. What was the reasoning behind buying the lots? When maybe we could have used it for police and other things that could not be used because of the TIDs.
So we used TID funds to purchase the land, so we couldn't use that. As John pointed out
But,
earlier, we can't use the TID funds
But you
to.
said the one on Good Hope Road.
And,
That's not
and to
the
be
one
clear,
on
the
Good
one
Hope.
on Good Hope, was a lot that was purchased approximately 9 years ago, I believe.
Yeah.
And that was because, the person who was developing it wanted to sink a well there. We were close to having water available there. He wanted a well. We were not going to give him a permit to put a well in when water was on the doorstep. We ended up settling with him by saying, hey, let's just buy this lot from you for what you want for it. You don't have to build a house on it right now. We'll make you whole, and the village will sit on that land until the water and sewer project are done and that lot is fully improved. And that's what we did. We purchased that lot approximately, I believe it was 9 years ago. And that has stayed a property that we have, maintained and owned. And now that it's fully improved, it has realized its highest and best value. And so we've decided to sell it. So that's why it's listed for sale.
And when she says we, none of us were on.
No,
the board.
none of us, yeah. No. It was something that was done by the board in a previous iteration.
But with good cause. I think there was threats of legal action and things of that nature, and rather than deal with protracted litigation, they decided to purchase the land. Jerry.
Jerry's right.
I was
resident at the time.
Oh, we're having-
So it's your fault,
To
Jerry.
avoid litigation.
Ben,
If I may, I'd like to point out some other benefits, some wins that the village has already, in my opinion, realized.
sure, just speak loud so they can hear you on.
Sure. So my name's Ben Wood. I'm with Strand Associates. We're the village engineer for Lannon, and my wife and I happen to live here. So one of the benefits that hasn't been talked about is utility connection fees. So take, for example, Rock Point Village. I think in total, they paid between $850,000 and $1 million in utility connection fees. The lion's share of that went to the water utility, with some that went to the sewer utility. So right now, the connection fees in this community are, at the time they were higher, but they've been readjusted. $8,000 per connection for water and $6,000 per connection for sewer. Now, those fees, believe it or not, when the TIDs were open, the water fee was even higher, and that was in addition to the cost of rock, part of what the but-for challenge was. So as each of these developments are happening, they're also paying those connection fees. Those connection fees went to pay back historic debt that the village took on to create the water utility before the Great Recession. And the bottom fell out of the housing market. So to get into a position right now where that historic debt has been addressed through new connection fees by these developments that have happened inside the TIDs, that doesn't show up on any of these kind of balance and cash flow sheets, but that's a significant liability that's been taken care of due to the developments in those TIDs. Another one I want to talk about is just general roads and the road conditions. The roads in this community were last done in 1997 when village-wide sewer went in. And road maintenance was deferred because it was always thought that water was going to go in, and it took a long, long time for water to go in, more than 20 years, very recently, as we all know. That total water project happened outside of the TID. But it did something really significant. When the TIDs were created in July of 2018, we didn't know that there was a massive water expansion project that was going to start getting planned later that year and over the next year or so. The thought at the time the TIDs were created, I believe the annual road maintenance budget was about $15,000 per year. Yeah. And there were roads, State Street being the primary one, that were literally crumbling apart, and there just was not the general fund available to fix those. So a significant thought process in creating the TIDs is that, well, if you create the TIDs at the end of it when they close, then you'll finally have this big bump in kind of levy, and then you can actually have a serious conversation about funding these programs. But we scored a huge win along the way with the USDA project, which was 80% grant funded in the end, where they allowed full width reconstruction of the roadways wherever water main was going in. So that was another significant win. So I know, and quite frankly, as a resident here, partially share the frustration that there seems to be a lot of money available for sewer projects. A lot of money seems to be available for water projects. A lot of money for purchasing land for a pocket park, when these things frankly don't rise to the top of most of our priority list in the village. I think that's been expressed here. The reality is the village is constrained to being able to pay for certain things out of certain buckets. And what I've observed over the boards that have been here from 2018 until now is a willingness to use the tools available and apply them where they make sense. And as John kind of pointed out, unfortunately, funding emergency services, there's no magic arrow to take care of that one. But there are some, I would like to think, maybe not magical, but some pretty special arrows that the village has employed over the last 6 years to make some significant wins. And as Colleen said, use this as a vehicle to end up at, in my opinion, a pretty good spot with the help of the infrastructure, which in my mind I see is when you take care of that, you're taking a future liability off of the books. Because we're not deferring maintenance and in that regard.
Thank you. I will also add that I think while this will help us with a nice bump, quite honestly, I speculate that it won't be significantly long after this bump that we will already have our backs against the wall again. Because the costs of operating continue to go up. At rates that are higher than the state levy limits allow us to increase our levy. And we are going to face continued pressure once we use up that bucket. So that $57,500 of administrative costs that we're allocating from the TID right now, when we get those bumps, that gets taken right off the top. So that's another reason why we don't want to continue to fund expenses today, or that we really need to find a way to budget for in the future when we don't have that source anymore. Because when the TIDs close, now we've got all this stuff budgeted and we have to be able to pay for it. So,
Yeah, I mean, your levy limit issue existed before the TIDs were created.
yeah, and unless they reform, unless there's some sort of levy limit reform, every municipality in this state is going to be battling this.
I mean, you think about the percentage of your tax levy that goes to pay for, fire related services and public safety related services. It's a pretty tremendous amount. It existed that way, before the TIF districts were created in 2018. Patrick's right. I mean, you're going to continue to face levy limit constraints going forward. I think the benefit of the tax incremental finance districts, besides just the products that you have and things that you can be proud of within the village, is you now are in a position to deploy the TID towards some of these capital projects that you also need to get done, and the TIDs can help contribute towards that if you so choose to. But that's that's the decision that the previous boards made when these TIF districts were created, as designating them as eligible expenses. That's the decision that the joint review board made in terms of determining that the but-for test was satisfied without significant infrastructure investments. So that's, to Ben's point, those are the tools that you can use at your disposal. It's not, the magic bullet in terms of some of the operating expenses and some of the needs that arise, but it is a very valuable tool in the toolbox for the village.
No questions online still?
No, nobody has anything for me.
So we're about 75 minutes into this. I think hopefully this has been informative. Hopefully it's answered a lot of questions. I'm sure it's brought up some other questions. And that's fine. These are very, very complicated concepts, and this is a complicated tool. And I certainly want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to understand this and what we're doing with these to their satisfaction. That is the goal. So if you do have additional questions, please email them to me or call me, and I will get an answer. Okay, and that goes for anybody here on the board as well. If you want to talk about it, whatever, I will do that. I will continue to have some public meetings on my own, and I'll do my best to answer the questions. I've been here since the inception and creation of these, so I'm a little more versed in some of them, but I'm not an expert by any means. So thank you, John. I appreciate your time tonight, as always, and hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Thank you. Would it be okay for me to put this presentation on the website, Patrick, for the people online?
Yeah, if you have it, yeah, please.
I'm hoping someone will send it to me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll send it.
Yeah, we'll put the presentation on there. I also want to put the recording on the website as
I
well.
can even
So
edit that out, sure.
I'll get to that. So, all right. Thank you all for your questions and for coming tonight. I appreciate it. I really do. Discussion and possible action regarding the ongoing use of municipal code enforcement. So I'm going to take this one. If you recall, middle of last year, to try to address some of the concerns that were voiced by one of the residents earlier here, we were made aware of a company that, for what we deemed to be a very, very reasonable rate compared to what we were paying other consultants or employees or staff to do. We contracted them on a kind of tryout basis for a 6-month period of time. Municipal code enforcement had a process in place that we were actually several months into kind of developing our own process and establishing some procedures on how we were going to get back to doing some code enforcement and making sure that we were kind of raising the level of the village from an aesthetic standpoint that we felt was appropriate based on the growth and development and frankly, some of the stuff just looked bad. So we did that, we tried them for a while. It wasn't free. And when we got to budget time, the dollars associated with that, the decision was made to eliminate that, expense. Through some discussions with council, and understanding that consultants like engineers, inspectors, attorneys, cost considerably more than $50 an hour, which is what we were paying them. We opted to continue to have them work on closing out existing infractions or cases, if you will, that they had on the books. So they've been continuing to do that. I've been getting some pressure from them for a clearer understanding of what they're supposed to do, and quite honestly, I've kind of put it off. Because I didn't feel real good about setting them off to do a bunch of work and having to pay for it when we have to rob Peter to pay Paul kind of thing. So I would much rather have the board make some sort of decision going forward about what we do with the concept of municipal code enforcement as a contracted service. So with that being said, does anybody have any questions or comments about that?
What benefit did the village realize while they were?
Yeah, so I think that's the big question, right? What's the value proposition? What do we get from it? What did they accomplish? And I think maybe even Mr. Newman could speak mostly to that. I know that there was a lot of actions that they took, getting certain things cleaned up. But as everyone here tonight knows, we still have some outstanding issues. There are some habitual offenders, property owners that continue to have issues. And perhaps part of that is, you know, the scope or the targeted kind of violation that we maybe had them work on. But Jerry, do you want to give your opinion on that? Because you were working pretty closely with them.
Yeah, we, at any given time, we have probably over 40, violations in the village. Some of them as long as 3 to 4 years that haven't been taken care of. Some of it dealt with, the building inspector and how he was contracted. Some of it deals with the police chief, who already is seriously underfunded. And the other one was the director of public works has some responsibilities. When we hired municipal, I think it was a trial thing, but it turned out to be quite well done, because they do noticing very well, and they do follow-up very well. And this is what's been lacking in the past. Now, we still have some issues with violators who don't conform, and it's going to require some legal effort. And we've tried to avoid that, but in some cases we can't. What we did is, as a sample, is there were so many things to take. We told them one thing to concentrate on is how the village looks from the village streets, public view. And that's always been our number one concern. So they started looking at that. And another one is trees and weeds and grass. And trees have become a huge problem with the ash borer. We have a tremendous amount of dead trees. That causes problems with them falling on the right of way, falling on the power lines and that stuff. So last year they concentrated quite a bit on some very large dead trees we had in the village. And they did a good job for the most part of getting compliance from the property owners, just by doing the noticing and the follow-up and tickler letters. And they eliminated probably about 20 quite hazardous, large 2 to 3 diameter trees. And so all in all, it was good. I'm an advocate because if
we don't have anybody, it doesn't get done.
How do we pay for it?
Yeah, well, so the money that we're paying them is. We're paying them in lieu of paying attorneys or engineers to draft these letters and deliver these letters.
Building.
Or the building inspector.
But what kind of revenue does it bring in return?
Doesn't it?
It's never been done as really a revenue generator. It's a compliance generator.
So for me, the number one contact I have with constituents is the appearance of properties in our community. That is my number one complaint. More than blasting sounds or speeding, I get, what are we gonna do to clean up the community? So I always, I was initially against this, but when I saw the work that was done, I think I wanna reiterate the fact that all of us are, well, some of us may be retired, I'm certainly not, are full-time employees other places. And so doing the work of the village, we don't have a dedicated full-time administrator. We have Brenda, who certainly is not going to do code enforcement. She's got her plate very full. And this was an opportunity to have a reasonable rate for enforcement. I also sit, Patrick and I also sit on the planning commission, and there's a lot of items on the planning commission. For example, we will give you, a conditional use permit as long as you get your landscaping in place. Well, then who is going to be the person on the planning commission that follows up to make sure that the landscaping was installed in a time frame that we gave, the applicant? So there's a lot of things that slip through the cracks because of the way that our administrative staff is set up here. And like you say, if you do want to not just ignore the problem properties, that's the only way you can save money. Because if you're not going to ignore the problem properties, then you're gonna get Hector involved, and you're gonna get Ben involved, and you're gonna get Paul involved, and you're gonna send Chief out there to notice.
Hector, would you like to speak on this at all?
No. I thought it was a very good decision on the part of the village to activate this code enforcement group. Because by and large, many of the violations that we have are aesthetic in nature, but at the same time troublesome to others. And because most people are very decent, it's very difficult for them to go up to their neighbor and say, hey, your tree is about to fall onto my property. You haven't cut your lawn. When are you gonna paint your house? Your gutters, they need attention. And in a polite, professional way, this group has been notifying people. And I will be the first to suggest that not all that government does is for the purpose of generating revenue. Compliance is something that's very difficult to measure. But in the period that I've been associated with the village, the reality is that there's been a dramatic transformation in the self-image of this community, as well as the character of the community. As to character, previously, it was an industrial extraction oriented community, and it lingers to a certain extent. But the population reflects a new generation, individuals who have expectations that previously were never really given any consideration simply because of the character. And in order to preserve the investment that people are making in this village, it's necessary to have an ongoing program. It's just unbelievable that we have the wealth in terms of assets in this community with the minimal amount of staffing to enforce our regulations. regulations are not self-activating. So from this standpoint, I think it's very beneficial, speaking against my interests, for this kind of an organization to knock on doors, send letters, to explain to people. There's an ordinance that says you have to do certain things. Please cooperate. And there's a need for follow-up, because sometimes people say, oh, yes, I'll do it. And everything else in life interferes.
I think the critical point, and Jerry hit on this, is the record keeping. So everything gets documented, everything gets logged, and when those notices happen, it's important, because what you're doing then is you are building evidence, if you will, in the event that it does have to go to per diem fees or a circuit court decision to collect fines. So you have to have all of that stuff, because you're kind of building your case with the hopes of compliance, but with the understanding that it might go to court eventually. And that's, I think, we do have a certain obligation at a certain level, without getting too crazy, of protecting everybody's property and the value of their property and their ability to enjoy their property. And sometimes that gets infringed upon by folks not maintaining theirs to the level that our ordinances say they need to be.
And just to add on to what Hector said, I think if your neighbor is one of those that's not in compliance, they're gonna be far more receptive to hear it from an outside source than from you as the neighbor, because that can cause problems. A neighbor problem. So I think having the outside source is a good way to do that. And it's a way, we definitely have to follow up. We can't just put it out there and not follow up on it.
So my belief is that in the end, by using these folks, I believe we're saving money. Now, can we demonstrate that? I can't sit here and tell you that I can.
Yeah, at budget time, we
So-
still have that budget line item.
Right.
And
So-
unless we reduce Hector's line item or
Right.
reduce Ben's line item.
Exactly.
We're not gonna be able to balance that budget.
Exactly. So I think.
Are we proposing to reduce legal fees and engineering fees then to compensate for this?
No,
Not
So-
this time.
So,
no. But that's the work we have to
Yeah.
do. That's the work we have to
I mean, I would say yes.
Yeah.
I would say
Yeah,
yes.
there's lots of things that I would like to purchase too, but if I don't have the money, I don't have the money. And I think we would all agree that there's a benefit to the service.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, we have to pay for it, and as stewards of the community and the tax dollars, we have to be fiscally responsible with that money. We can't spend more than we have.
So
Right,
then,
so
when
I
you get
do
the
agree
budget,
that, yes,
it's
we are
also
proposing that we
A
reduce those.
personal budget is different than a governmental budget in the fact that there's governmental fees you have to pay for, whether you have the money or not.
There's personal fees I have to pay whether I have the money or not
Right.
also.
So I am proposing that, yes, we reduce our annual budgeted amount for attorney fees and engineer fees, and that's where we make up the difference. So in my mind, the decision is, we have a couple of choices. Do we axe it, tell them to stop everything, pound sand? Do we tell them to continue to close out what they've got and then we're done? Or do we, well, there's four really. Do we ask them to continue to follow up on violations on a complaint-driven basis? Or do we ask them to operate on a proactive basis where they come into the village and spend a certain number of hours a week?
Which is
Going
why, that's how we had it
through-
set up initially, right? Once
Yes.
we capped them at a certain number of hours.
Initially, it was 8 hours a week, come through the village, actively identify violations and start enforcement action. Right now, they're currently just in closing out condition or open items, some of which are still outstanding. But they have not been seeking out any new violations.
Well, the elephant in the room is one property in particular, which I know is, in a poor state of repair, and we are going to have to do something with that property. There's a deadline coming up for that property owner to, meet some milestones for fixing or clearing, right?
Yeah, that's next up in the agenda.
One thing I would like to bring up with is this is missing something that I think needs to be done. It's this enforcement needs to be done at Rock Point, Overstone, and Whispering Ridge. One of which was supposed to plant trees over 3 years ago, that still has not been done. And the tree falling on my neighbor's shed beginning of February still has not been solved. That tree falling, as of yesterday, the check's been in the mail for a month and a half. So I think you need to look at addressing that also. If you're going to go after homeowners, then I think you also need to go after the developments. And some of the businesses that are out of compliance.
Well, they do certainly look at the businesses, they do, and certainly can look at the, developments as well. For deficiencies, they're not, certainly not gonna have any idea of any, shortfalls of obligated or promised, plantings and things of that nature, but, we do have a consultant that we used to do an analysis for Rock Point. He has provided a cost proposal to do the other communities as well, which is something I can bring forward at a certain point, or certainly share with you folks on the board. But it's significant. So I didn't see it as a real priority, since we're focusing on cutting costs. But I can certainly share those numbers with you folks, and if we want to bring that up on a future agenda, we can do that.
My point being, you need to treat everybody in this village equally.
Well, that was exactly one of the main benefits of contracting it out, so that there was no perception or perceived, there was no implication or perception of selective enforcement.
Right.
They are unbiased, outsiders to this community, strictly looking at the properties from an ordinance standpoint, and whether you meet the ordinances or you have a violation of the ordinances. And that was actually one of the huge benefits that we saw of hiring an outside contractor.
So what's the cost to allow them to continue as they were?
It's $50 an hour is what they charge. We could give them a not to exceed. Currently this year, I had Brenda pull the numbers. So far this year, in doing follow-up work, they're at $6,000, $61.83.
So annualize that, $50 an hour, 8 hours a week, we're talking about, what, 20,000 a year?
Yeah, roughly, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was, yeah.
If we had them doing, if we had them doing proactive or said not to exceed 8 hours a week, that's what we would be looking at.
I guess in lieu of the village's current financial situation with the general obligation, I might be amicable to doing something a little less than that. Until we're, flush and cash.
Or at least until, and this is why I've been putting them off, quite frankly, is because I didn't feel right. No matter how we could justify it, spending the money on them until we actually budget for them. That was my thought. So if we can have them do the minimal amount of enforcement and just continue to monitor the properties that have already been identified until we can properly budget for them in next year's budget, coming up in 4 months now already. Are you ready, Brenda, for budget season?
Yeah. Sure am.
That was kind of my feeling. It just, that's why I wanted to put this to the board to have some discussion. Yes.
I want to point out that between village attorney, myself, and the building inspector, we weren't spending 8 hours a week on enforcement issues. So, I mean, recognize that it's a reinvigoration of this priority.
Yeah.
But since it's a reinvigorated priority, I echo Hector's sentiment that having he and I and the building inspector follow up on that is quite frankly inefficient. And we've, you know, had a couple outstanding issues that I could get into where, you know, we're coming back. Feels like something pops back up 18 months later and it's still not resolved. Because between each of the three of us, we hold like a little piece of responsibility in the procedure. Whereas these people, it's all, they handle, I would say, the lion's share of it until an issue gets really serious and they need to escalate it, which I personally haven't been brought into one of those situations yet.
Right. I really like the way they work, you know, as far as letting people know what the rules are, what part of the rules they're in violation of. And I think, Jerry, you think most people said, oh, yeah, let me take care of that. How much time do I got? Versus having to.
We found historically, over the 10 years I was doing it, that you're gonna get about 90% compliance. And you're gonna get 10% that we're gonna visit with Hector. And that's just what it is.
Well, I would say that I would forward a motion to, authorize the village president Yates to continue conversations with code enforcement to authorize them 6 hours a week through the end of the year, or did you want to wait until the budget cycle and just have them sit tight until after the January 1st?
I'm leaving it up to the board.
Okay.
I really,
Well, you have a really good point about not having it budgeted for this year.
There's no budget for it this year.
There is no budget.
And we've already spent $6,000 on something we have no budget for.
Well, I mean, there is such a thing as a general fund too. I mean, there is, you know, there is money there. It's just, you need to allocate. You know, if you're going to do that on an ongoing basis, it should be a budgetary item.
Yep.
I mean, we have money sitting there in case, the furnace goes out, right? But that's not a responsible way to run that.
Is
Well-
it possible that staff can send out the letters and get the 90% compliance that we can achieve at a better rate than $50 an hour? Especially something, I mean, we're paying them to drive from Delavan. We're paying them port to port $50 an hour.
I don't know if we are paying them travel time. I would argue that it would be less efficient, less effective, and probably not much less savings if we asked our current staff to do it. And by our current staff, I'm assuming you mean Brenda. And I can assure you, Brenda does not have the time in her day to do this, or the process in place to track it and keep track of it.
Do I get to go drive around though?
It looks
You
like
know,
Jerry's
yeah,
volunteering.
Check.
Patrick, by ordinance, the director of public works, has quite a bit of responsibility in this. And that would be the person that would be follow up and doing paperwork and the notices, which I did for quite a few years.
Are you cheaper than $50 an hour?
That's free.
I've seen your paycheck. Yeah,
That is one way to handle it. I mean, if the director of public works wants to take it on.
I don't think, I'm telling you, I think it seems like it's a manageable thing, but we spent numerous meetings trying to formulate a process and determine how we were gonna track things. And when you have 4 or 5 different entities or people with their fingers in the process, it just gets messy. And it gets hard to coordinate and consolidate that data. That's just my opinion. I think we would be better off either not doing it at all, or we decide on an amount to do it with them. And whether we do that now or after we've set the budget and we get into next year is really, I'm fine waiting till next year, personally. Nice try.
How many cases are out there pending, Patrick, for follow-up? One that I got a yearbook from.
Right now, I think it's less than a dozen, I think. I looked real quick at the spreadsheet. Did I send it to you?
You did, yeah.
I looked at it real quick. It's not a lot. It's getting cleaned up.
I mean, again, I think there's value to it if we can offset it with a reduction to a different budget line item.
Right.
Then I think it would be agreeable to do so. But if we can't find a reduction somewhere else, then I'm hard pressed to continue spending money we don't have.
Well, then when you have a citizen complaint about a specific issue, are you not going to address it? Are you not going to spend any money on it, be it Hector, be it Paul, be it Chief, be it Ben? You know, this is the constant balance is it's really, really easy to say, we don't have the money, we're gonna cut services. But when you get a phone call from someone saying, I just can't take all these old cars parked in the backyard dripping oil in the ground, then you have to literally say to somebody calling in, oh, I'm sorry, we don't have the budget to address that.
Here's what I'm gonna propose. How about this? How about, we inform them that, regrettably, we do not wish to continue using their services at this time. And I will ask all of the consultants here, Hector and all the other attorneys, Ben, all the other engineers, Chief, we'll have to figure something out for you to track your time. And Paul, I want them to track and allocate it all to a budget item or an expense item in Workhorse. So that we can look at the end of the year and we can say, okay, look, we saved $6,000, we spent 11. Or we were spending $6,000 and we could have done it for 3. Can we do that? So what I would like you to do is to determine what account code that's going to be and what you want to call it. And then let all those people know what it is. And I'm asking you, requiring you to itemize your billing as such.
Code enforcement, yeah.
Yeah, code enforcement.
I would suggest at the end of the year, instead of just comparing the bottom line cost to bottom line cost, to somehow equalize that to like a per property or per complaints.
Right.
Because I can just quite frankly tell you that the volume of issues we're gonna actually address is gonna be a fraction of what they do.
Right.
And I understand that's a reflection of the board's directions and policies, but it's one of these things where I, for one, am going to need some direction of, are suddenly complaints being directed to me? And every time I take a complaint, am I allowed to spend a half hour just on that?
Well, that.
Am I allowed to call the building inspector and say, go to that property?
So that's the
That's-
next part of this, Ben, that I was gonna say is, and if we're going to do that, then back to Colleen's question of what do we do when somebody complains about something? Because I've got a couple in my box in there right now. So then what do we do with those? How are we going to deal with those? Who's gonna take them?
Should be the chair of public works.
Do we not have committees for these, right? So if there's complaints that come in, could they not come into City Hall? And then Brenda could funnel them out to the correct chair.
Which is you.
Fine, if it's 100%.
Well, I don't
means
know, I mean,
100% me.
I'm
That's fine.
beautification, I mean, does it fall under beautification? Should I take some of them and say clean up your shit?
So maybe this warrants a little further discussion, to vet out the details or the minutia of it. But I think.
I would rather deal with it myself than go back on the word that the village set last fall that we would spend $0 in the budget on this. To now go back and now spend money on something that we intentionally, not me, because I wasn't on board then. But the board said that we would not fund this budget item back in the fall. To now go back on that.
That's
that's
incorrect,
not true.
actually, I believe we did allocate 8 hours, it was either a week or a month, Patrick.
I think
It was
a
zero.
week.
It was zero.
We had two proposed budgets. One with the referendum included a small amount for municipal code enforcement. The budget that we approved included zero.
Okay.
So what trust is the village board putting in the people? If we pass a zero budget and then we go back 6 months, 7 months later and deviate from it?
The time I sat in the chair in the middle, I used to spend probably one night a week dealing with this. And it can be a challenge. But a lot of it, like Terry said, you go out and you talk to the individual. I got one case went to Hector.
And how, with municipal code enforcement, how many have gone to Hector?
I don't know.
None.
All other than our next agenda item.
Possibly. So,
That's been an issue for.
So I don't know if I need necessarily any action here. I guess at this point, I think I've heard what I was looking for from the board. It seems like we have some consensus on how we think is the sensible approach moving forward. And that is to appropriately budget for this and find an offsetting area to cut. In the meantime, we're going to identify and put in place some processes to track costs related to this using our own consultants and staff. Does that sound accurate? And now I do have a conference call scheduled with them for next week, along with trustee Batiste, to discuss it, and Ben, I think, and I don't know if you wanna, you're too expensive. Yeah.
Your savings already.
About that item, so I will communicate that with them.
And then can you find out if they do charges for travel time? Just for.
Yes,
sake of
clarification,
budgeting,
sure,
yeah,
absolutely.
clarification.
Absolutely.
And then as complaints do come in, whether they're directed to you, directed to Ben, there has to be some type of prioritization. We can't react on every, I don't like where he's keeping his garbage can.
Right. We do have a form for it. We did get that far in previous years when we were trying to start doing this ourselves. So we do have a form for it. We just don't have a clear process for determining and disseminating the complaints to different people. So that's something that we'll have to work on, but we've got a long night ahead of us still, so we can, I think.
Do we need to
can-
table agenda item number 11?
No, it says possible action. I think you started to formulate a motion, but never, I don't know that you have the ability.
my partially formulated,
I just really wanted more of a sense of feedback from the board in terms of what direction to go with this. So I think Dan and I are confident in what we've heard here, so we can have that conversation with them next week. So I'm gonna move on. Do we need a brief recess? No? You're good? No? Okay. All right, item 12, discussion and consideration of action to authorize the village attorney to commence a circuit court enforcement action against property located at 20712 Main Street owned by David Dronin for continued non-compliance with various village ordinances, including but not limited to obtaining a raise order.
This is the matter that unfortunately arose about a half a year ago. There was a fire on this property that at one time had been a hotel in the village, subsequently a saloon, and now is zoned commercial and is used largely for storage. I asked that Mr. Dronin be notified that this matter was on the agenda so that he could be heard also. Essentially, I've understood that various board members have received complaints about the fact that since the fire, not a whole lot has been done there except to basically patch up a hole that appeared on the side of the house, and then there's a tarp, where there are two tarps on the roof of the house. In speaking with the building inspector today, the building inspector informed me, and I'm confident because he's been sending me these communications, that he had notified Mr. Dronin by leaving documents on the door, delivering documents to him, mailing them to him, and even speaking with Mr. Dronin. He spoke with him this afternoon to facilitate his presence this evening. And he told me that Mr. Dronin at this point in time had unfortunately not even applied for a building permit. And Mr. Dronin came in earlier and I spoke with him, and I told him what I would be telling you as the board members. Number one, that I appreciate the fact that he wants more time. However, in my private conversation with him, he did not justify why he needs or wants more time, except for the first time he notified me that there were financial considerations and that he had planned to fix up the property himself because of those financial limitations, and was determined to apply for the permit as soon as possible. My recommendation to the board is that you authorize us to start an action in municipal court imposing a per diem fine for whatever violations we can pursue. At this time, not pursue an action in circuit court to raise the property. Mr. Dronin also indicated that he's contemplating selling the property. The property itself is being used for storage for his personal effects, which I basically describe as not related to any particular purpose. He's just been in my opinion, putting things in the property. And the reason why I'm mentioning that is not to disparage him, but to express the concern that I have that in the event that there is a fire, the contents of that property can pose a hazard to the immediate neighbors or to the firemen who are responding to the situation. So I'm urging the board to give me direction, because any action we take is gonna cost the village, and it's up to you to decide what we should do. I recommend Mr. Dronan be given the opportunity to be heard.
Why don't we start with doing just that? And, Mr. Dronan, would you care to say anything on your behalf regarding this matter?
Well, not really, I mean, I would like a little bit more time on the deadline. I hope fully get a permit from Brenda tonight or tomorrow, and we'll speed it up.
Speed it up as in like start something?
When the fire department come there last fall, they started, we 8,000 gallons of water on that place or something like that.
Yeah, they dumped a lot.
But I don't know where all the water went, because there was none in the basement, you know? So I don't know, it must have run off the roof or something. But anyway, the fire department did a real good job. They knocked the fire down, and everything turned to ice. And so all of the plaster inside the second floor come down on the floor, and it was not that much ice all the way through the thing. Nothing you could do with it till it thawed out.
Sure.
You know?
So do you intend to repair the building and re-inhabit it, or do you intend to sell it?
I'm gonna sell it. Yeah, I'm gonna sell it. I'm staying with my girlfriend over in Waukesha right now. And I don't plan to move back into that building. You know.
So what do you,
I need some more time to get it done.
what do you need, if you're gonna sell it, what do you need, what do you intend to do with the building permit?
Well, I've gotta fix the roof and fix the floor and the 2 stairwells, they got damaged.
So you're thinking someone would wanna buy it to move into it?
Oh, sure. The structure is in pretty good shape, you know? But we gotta replace some of the material that caught on fire. You know? I mean, the apartment upstairs is same thing as when I bought it, you know? I bought it in 1985.
So what are you requesting specifically? Do you have an extension period that you have in mind?
Well, I would like more time than's realistic. So I can get it done, because anything can happen, and if you don't get the damn thing done right by the deadline, then that's bad, so I would like that till the 30th of, say, October, you know, and have it all done.
Um, 30th of October is what you're asking for.
Well, I think. I won't need that much time, but that's the deadline I want, if I can get it.
I think the village needs to establish our expectations as to how it gets repaired, how it aesthetically looks.
Well, right now, you drive by it, you won't notice it, unless you look at the book, where we got two tarps on the roof, they're less than 4 foot wide and 16 foot long.
Yeah.
I don't know if the rest of the village shares that,
Yeah, I think there are some continued concerns and I will acknowledge that, unfortunately, you had put some work into cleaning up some of those violations and,
I got,
cleaning up the property
I got brand.
prior to the fire.
I got brand dumpster right out in the yard right now. It's almost full.
Yeah.
Um,
My concern is this, I'll be perfectly candid. We've been in communication with you since the fire. I acknowledge and agree with you that during the winter time when things, maybe there was frozen ice in there and stuff, fine. It's June. Okay, and we've been giving you, we've notified you of this date along the way that it was going to be June, have we not? I believe we have, specifically in more than one communication. And now here we are and it's June and nothing got done. So what's to lead us to believe that if we grant you this extension to October 30th, that anything's gonna happen one day before October 30th?
Now, Mr. Dronin, I feel for you, I really do. That was a terrible tragedy that you had to endure. But even if you hired a crew to work on that building, I don't know that I'm gonna get my bathroom remodeled by October, much less that building, and I've seen pictures of it. There is extensive damage. I am concerned about the health and welfare and of even you working in there alone. And I haven't seen progress. None of us have seen substantial progress and even cleaning out the things that you need to throw away from that. I don't think that you can do it on your own, and I think it would be irresponsible for us to extend a hazardous condition that you wanna work in.
I don't plan on doing it alone. I wanna get some help in there.
Good.
I've been a carpenter. I got a card that shows I was a carpenter for 50 years. I paid union dues to the carpenters union for 50 years. So I do know a little bit about it. And I could probably get some of them people to come and help me. Or even some of my friends and customers that I used to have.
Right.
And they'll come in and do some handling, but I'm not gonna do it myself physically.
Yeah, it's a big task and it's a dangerous task and it's dangerous for the entire community. Not
Yeah,
just you, Dave.
and I don't mean to seem cold or lacking empathy, but because that's why I specifically instructed the inspector and the attorney to give you a good long period of time initially to address the property, because it's your property. And we're trying to be sensitive to that and understand that, you know, it's your property, you should have an opportunity to take care of it, and if you choose to re-inhabit it or sell it or knock it over with a bulldozer, whatever, but the thing is it's your property. So we tried to give you a good period of time to address it, and we just haven't seen a satisfactory effort. That's unfortunately where I'm at. Any other thoughts? Comments?
If you're looking to sell, when are you looking to list it?
As soon as I get the holes and stuff in it.
You don't have to repair it. You can find an investor that'll be willing to take that property in it as is condition. It'll save you time, it'll save you money.
I can list it that way, but I don't know who and ever mine was bad. I have a building that needs work, you know.
You would be surprised, sir. It's just an idea for you, that's all. Save you time and money.
Any thoughts down there?
Well,
No?
I truly feel sorry for you too, Mr. Dronin, because I stood in my backyard and I watched that. That come down. I watched it happen that night. And I felt awful for you. And my first call was, and Patrick can attest to this, I called Patrick and I called Jerry Newman to make sure you were out of there. That you were safe. That was my first call, and then I just stood there in my backyard and I watched it. But I will also say that since that time, I go past that corner every single Sunday. Every Sunday and then several times during the week, and I don't see any activity being done there. None. That roof is still got the garbage bag look on it. And I saw a car there one day with its car door open. That's all I saw. And I know you've had dumpsters there, but I personally think you've been given plenty of time to get this. And I too have seen the pictures of the inside of your home, and I just don't know how you can fix that, even by October, because you can't get carpenters to be available. I mean, we've got developments that they're looking, they've got signs for development, you know, for people to come and do carpentry. And you can't get them. And you may have paid for 50 years to a union, but they're just not out there. They're just not out there.
Well.
But I do feel sorry for you.
You know more than me about that, because I know it needs some help to do it.
Sir, as a realtor, I would like to donate my time to help you find a potential investor to buy your property.
Okay, I'll let's get with you.
Okay, sounds good. I will get my information to you as soon as I can. I don't know if you're planning on sticking around after this meeting or not, but we'll talk.
That would be great. I'm still gonna get a building permit from her.
Whatever makes you happy at this point.
That's what Hector would like me to do, and building inspector would like me to do. And I haven't thrown one nail in the building since then, but I put a handrail up at my stairway with 2x2s, no 2x2s, some screws, so it was safe. You had something to hold on to if you're upstairs. You know? But we haven't done any work on it, because I didn't have that permit. I've never had a permit before, you know, and I really. So that's all I knew, and that's why I didn't do anything.
I would say if you intend to sell the property, it's a waste of your money to pull a building permit and do anything with it. So I would.
How much is a building?
I'm finishing my basement. My building permit was $770 to finish my basement. So my recommendation to you, personal advice, if you're gonna sell it, get it listed like next week or tomorrow and just sell it. And then that way you're not dealing with the cost of building permit, you're not stressing over trying to fix it. You're not going to court and trying to, you know, to argue with us. Or I guess Hector about that.
Saves us money.
And you're not spending the money inevitably after court costs, probably having to raise the building. So I think that's your best bet, is just to get it listed as quickly as possible while the weather is decent. Because if you wait and then you get into the winter, it's going to be more difficult to try to sell it. Plus the property is in a TID district. So, I mean, that's a good plus for trying to list it and sell it. So that would be my personal recommendation.
Yeah, I'll get together with you and, you know.
Yeah, Brandy, can you do that?
Have you started removing any of your belongings out of the building?
Not really, I mean. Any money that I have in there, you know, we took that out of there.
Right, but any of the other stuff that was in there when I walked through that with you?
Everything's operation. Everything's in there. You can go in there and
You might want to start looking for a place for that stuff, so you can decide what you want to take out.
I do agree with Tina, there are places that will take it as is,
Oh, absolutely, or they'll want the land.
and
or-
they'll want the
Yeah.
land, and, yeah.
Yeah, the
There's
land will
plenty
be
of
with,
places, yeah.
the land alone will be what they'll go after.
okay, but if Mr. Drone decides not to pursue that option, I believe that, you know, there has to be some monthly progress. We just can't wait 4 months till the end of October to find out nothing's been done. So there has to be a progress check every month.
Give me
I,
30 days. Have the building inspector come by and talk to you and see if I got anything done in there that I need. I can have it listed and still work on it.
You could, but that would be at a great loss to you as far as time and money. Because potentially what's gonna happen is an investor is gonna come down and bulldoze anything that you repair anyway. So it would just be a loss of time and funds for you. The easiest bet would be that we get it listed before the end of the month.
All right.
And then hopefully get it sold as fast as possible.
I would say, from my personal standpoint, given the number of complaints that I've taken personally, my preference would be that you start working on clearing the property of all of the
I got some stuff I want to put on.
derelict vehicle, I mean, get all of that stuff out of there, clean up the property. So it's at least a little more tolerable to look at when people drive by. And as that, I think the community is gonna benefit more from that. I can't really say that's gonna benefit you the most, but that's what I'd like to see.
Okay.
Could we then just table this item until the July meeting and reassess at that point whether we would like to go forward with actions or
I would put forth a motion that he has it listed by the end of the month.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second?
I think we need to put something progress wise with that, Tina.
Okay,
Well, I
I
mean-
propose a motion to have the house listed or the property listed by the end of June 30th. If that falls through, Hector has the ability to then proceed legal action.
Could you incorporate?
So let's get a second,
I will
first.
second that motion.
Okay, now we can have discussion.
Sorry. Trying to get it in one shot, but I agree with Patrick, there needs to be, if you can, there needs to be improvement. Get the property listed and clean up the outside, the car show is coming in another 7 weeks.
Yep.
Um,
I'll get it cleaned up.
vehicles that are,
See, the police can give you a daily report on it. If I'm getting anything done.
Well, the thing that's nice about cleaning up the outside is we can all see it.
Yeah.
We can all see if it's happening. We don't
Nobody
need the
can-
inspector, we don't need the chief, we can drive by and we can look and see, okay, he's making an effort here, right?
Yeah. You agree?
do we need to put that, as an amendment to the motion, or do you just want to leave it?
I think we have a motion and I would just say that with this motion, I would not expect additional consideration if what we have asked for does not happen. Meaning, don't come back next month asking for another extension if you have not accomplished any of these things that we're asking. Fair?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second. Any other discussion? Hector,
None.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. David, thank you for coming though tonight. I appreciate it.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was nice.
Yeah, if I'd like to just bang the really upset idea. Yes.
Moment, please, sir.
Yeah, we'll take a quick couple minute recess for folks to use the facilities.
Oh. Should we go one next?
Yeah, I guess, you know, I think this is your, I do Willie Jackson, so.
Cold up, I'm hot.
But I, you know.
No. It's okay.
Yeah.
You know, my Kelly Williams, my slack.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Oh, you guys allowed to speak
I'm
that?
just gonna mute us.
in here, are we still?
now,
I just turned it back on. Okay, item number 13, discussion and possible action on transient merchant application for Chris Ratz of 2635 Gulf Avenue, Racine, Wisconsin, 53404 for fireworks sales at 19010 West Main Street. If you'll. This is the gentleman that I believe has been selling these there for years, much to the dismay of
Colleen.
Colleen and a number of other residents.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll show you what kind of guy I am. I am going
Can't
to,
stop them shooting them off.
I know, I'm going to, make a motion that we approve the transient merchant application for Chris Ratz, of Gulf Avenue in Racine for fireworks sales at 19010 West Main Street.
And I will second.
We have a motion, a second. Any other discussion?
I do have other discussion. Can we require this person to post the regulations, the rules and regulations for, firework possession and display at the time of sale in the village of Lannon?
I believe he
he already
does
does,
have
yeah.
that posted.
Does he?
I believe it's
Yeah,
like on the
it's probably
inside
been-
trailer.
It's been several years
Okay.
and I only bought legal stuff.
Sure you did.
I heard.
I still have a reserved picnic table for what my wife likes.
All right, well,
Hector has, I think, a comment.
I don't know the answer. Oh, we can try. And he can refuse. It's a safety concern.
All right, well, I called to Kurt Buckle. I'll go visit him with a sign and see if he'll post it.
Yeah.
Let's not make it an official anything.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second. Any other discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, I'm gonna try to blast through these next ones in groups. So we don't have to look at each one individually. I am to that end, though, gonna ask Chief if you're aware of any that we should be on the lookout for in here for any type of consideration.
So I gave Chief all of the operators and he did a background check on all of them. Pretty much, I think there's maybe only one or two new ones, so all of them were renewals, so there were a lot of things that were already that we knew of in their past.
Okay, any red flags on the new applicants?
I don't believe so, but there were like omissions, like. We didn't put them on there, but he found them. You know, traffic. Oh,
There was
he
one
wrote
DUI
lines, yeah.
last fall. That was my only concern, Patrick, was a DUI late last fall. That was in his other license. Is that an issue?
In this
I
batch or the
think-
batch coming
It's in the batch coming up. But I guess that would be a question for Hector. If that would be any type of liability issue for the village.
The standard that you should follow is whether the prior conviction substantially involved the duties of the position that you're issuing the license for. Simply because someone was driving while intoxicated may not be enough information. He could have been coming home from his wedding. I've had a situation where I actually prosecuted somebody because there was a serious accident. So, being involved with alcohol is not an automatic disqualifier, but at the same time, it does require you to connect the offense with the duties of the position.
So I have one question about, the first two applicants on the alcohol beverage applications. and I suspect this is just a check the wrong box. But, part B, number 5. Have the partners, agents, or sole proprietor satisfy the responsibility beverage or server training requirements? They've checked no. The first 2 applicants, but on 1229, just smoking and McDugout, we have yeses on all of those. Is that just a clerical error, or do the first 2 not have the training requirements that they need to have?
I think they've just been in business longer, like they didn't have. to
They're
have
grandfathered?
that. Yeah,
Okay,
they've had the license for years.
Well, and just because you have a license doesn't mean you have, like, just because you're applying doesn't mean you have to have the class unless you're serving.
Serving,
oh, so it's not a requirement.
not for the owner.
Oh, okay.
But for a server,
But for a
bartender, if you're new, you have to have had training within the previous 2 years. If you're renewing, you have to have, a training within the prior 2 years, so.
Okay.
Well, one of them responded on file with Lannon as far as, the beverage server training.
Yeah, some of them have them.
Yeah, so that's indicative of a renewal.
Okay, so we do keep a record of those?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so let's get started. Item 14, discussion and possible action on the approval of combination Class B retail licenses for the period July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026. The following: Scott Burkholz, Daubers, 20202 Westgate Oak Road; Michael Monticelli of Mibs and Bibs, 7300 North Lannon Road; Christopher Wright of 1229 19967 West Main Street; Justin Kayla of Just Smoke and Barbecue, 20316 West Main Street; Gerald Anderson of McDugout, 7273 North Lannon Road.
I make a motion that we approve the combination Class B and Class B retail licenses for the period of July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026. A, B, C, D, and E, and item 14 of the agenda.
I second.
We have a motion, a second, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 15, discussion possible action on the approval of combination Class C or Class A retail licenses for the period of July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026. The following: Narendra Patel of Lannon BP, 20093 West Main Street; A&J Liquor, 20316 West Main Street.
Any concerns, Chief?
No.
I make a motion that we approve the combination Class A and Class A retail licenses for the period of July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 for A and B of item 15 of the agenda.
We have a second?
Second.
We have a motion, a second, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 16, discussion and possible action on the approval of Class B licenses for the period July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026. The following: Milwaukee Beavers baseball team at Jakes Park, Lannon Road.
Is that date correct? It looks like on their application, they have dates of events listed in June of this year.
They just played this weekend, yeah.
That was for the Lannon Stonemen. The Milwaukee Beavers should have, they just renewed for the year.
Yeah. So their current license has them covered through the end of June.
Right.
Yeah.
This one that we're approving will start on July 1.
And go,
Through the
Okay.
next June. Yep.
okay, because up at the top, it says that the application dates were 5/30/25 through 8/20/25.
Oh, yeah, they probably didn't realize that they're,
It's
and
a,
he did email me and ask if their license was approved, and I said, your current license is good through June 30th. So,
okay,
Okay, well, I think what I'd like to do is make a motion to approve the Class B licenses for period July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 for the Milwaukee Beavers baseball team making note that on their application, they should have, the correct license, period. So if we could amend that, would that be appropriate?
Yeah. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 17, discussion and possible action on the approval of non-alcoholic beverage licenses for the period July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026. To the following: Scott Burkholz at Daubers, Michael and Gina Monticelli at Mibs and Vivs, Chris Wright at 1229, Justin Caleb, Just Smoking Barbecue, Gerald Anderson at McDugout, Lannon Road. That all looks shockingly familiar.
Do we have these?
No, we didn't
We don't have
include
those.
those, it was just 50 more pages too, and they're just,
Right, yeah.
non-alcoholic beverage licenses, so for them to sell soda, if we approve them to sell liquor, I'm assuming.
Does A and J need one?
Just crack.
Cause they have mixers and I haven't been in there yet, so,
I mean, I'm sure they'll sell soda, but
okay,
I don't know.
all right.
But we don't have one for the gas station either, because it's a different license, they carry it out anyway.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
It's not fountain soda.
Right.
Okay, well, I will, make a motion that, we approve the non-alcoholic beverage licenses for the period of July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 for, businesses A, B, C, D,
ABC.
A, B, C, E, F on, agenda item number 17.
I'll second.
Motion and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Discussion and possible action on the approval of amusement device licenses for the period July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026. The following: Scott Burkholz of Daubers, Michael and Gina Monticelli of Mibs and Vivs, and Gerald Anderson of McDugout.
I would like to make a motion to approve the amusement device licenses for period of July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 for the businesses listed under items A, B, and C of agenda item number 18.
I will second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Question, just for my knowledge, these are just video games. I see pool table, dartboard, jukebox. These are not gambling machines, right?
These are.
These are gambling machines.
Some of them are.
Some of them.
Yeah, some of them are.
Amusement devices.
Yeah, sorry, not gambling, amusement.
Is there any limitation as to how many of those
Yes.
They can
machines?
only have 5
5?
of
Five
those-
is the max?
of those machines, and then they can have like the jukebox and the pool table and things like that.
They broke it out really nice here, so we could see. So they didn't have to pay.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 19, discussion and possible action on approval of cigarette licenses for the period July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026. The following, Narendra Patel of Lannon BP.
Make a motion that we approve the cigarette license for the period of July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 for Narendra Patel of Lannon BP.
It's kind of crazy. We only have one application for that.
Yeah, with the vape shop,
Flex vape is no longer there. I don't know.
oh, okay.
So we have a motion. Did we get a second? I'm sorry.
I'll second.
Any other discussion?
I abstain.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes with one abstention. Item 20, discussion and possible action on the approval of operators licenses for the period July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026 to the following, and you're crazy if you think of reading those all. A through NN as listed on tonight's agenda.
I do have a concern.
Yes.
Item EE, Michelle Renicky forgot to list a misdemeanor conviction for disorderly conduct, domestic abuse. I don't think that in itself would be a disqualifying thing, but the fact that she forgot to list it or failed to list it. Just wanna make you aware of it. Then item HH, Zachary Hun, he forgot to list 2 OWIs. In his application. Otherwise, all the omissions were little ones like traffic tickets and stuff.
When, the first one, chief, how long ago was that disorderly?
10 of 22.
Do we have training certificates for everybody?
Yeah, they're renewals,
Okay.
or 2 OWIs, most of them.
How long are these permits good for, Brenda?
1 year.
Their training permit?
I believe it's 2 or 3 years. I think it's 2.
Well, this Michelle Schmidt's data completion 5/29/22.
It depends, I think, on the village you're serving in. Because some are transferable and some are not. Cause like my
Michelle
license
does
is
the
only
car
good for a
show.
year and I
She's
have
part
to
of
take
the
the
I mean,
class
it-
over.
Yes, it is. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, a lot of them, I mean, if you just took it, you can get a license anywhere.
Yeah.
What was the one that left off the OWIs?
That was HH.
HH?
Mhm.
No, she was the disorderly.
Oh.
HH is the OWIs.
OWIs. How recent are they, chief?
12/12 and 3/20.
It's important to note though with that one. He is a renewal, so he was checked.
He was, yeah, that was gonna be my next question, cause I know we went through this, previously where we discussed whether we would allow these or not.
Yeah.
And I think we only denied 1 person for McDonough out of all the people that applied.
Yeah, there was one where we were like, no.
Yeah,
Um,
although I am more concerned about OWIs than I am domestic abuse and whatnot, you know.
I'm,
Hell, I've been arrested for domestic abuse.
I'm concerned with anybody that fills out a form and tries to mislead or omit things when they're specifically asked. Have you been convicted of or have any pending misdemeanor or felony convictions, offenses in the state of Wisconsin or of the United States? No. Really?
And they know, they do specifically know that, cause we tell them that the chief runs a background.
Yeah. So are you just that dumb or?
We didn't have that standard with certain trustees, you may recall.
Oh, there's this one here. Oh, last OWI 9/25/24, that's his 4th OWI. That, and he's also the owner of a business.
But
this,
his business is mostly food.
yeah, but it's,
I know.
it's a liability issue. What's your take on that, chief?
I don't know where you draw the line. He did talk to me about that. He was gonna write something. He says quit drinking completely. He's been sober for, I don't know, several months. So.
Is there a liability issue to the village on this sector? You touched on it, but. That's.
There. Is it still a driver's license?
No, I don't think he's allowed to drive right now.
Yeah.
I think it's revoked for life after 4.
What's that?
I think you're revoked for life after 4.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, how do these senators and
Get 7
politicians
and 8 of
get
them.
pulled over for causing an accident with 7 or 8?
Have more money.
Would these be considered falsification?
What?
Well, I mean,
For lying on the
I-
application?
yeah,
Yeah,
so,
see,
I mean, they say no, and then then they list a date of domestic, and then the one gentleman that he just, or that, Donna just alluded to, he said no and listed 4.
No, he listed no on his owner business application, but
He's not
then
reliable.
is,
No, he doesn't.
Right here, have you been convicted or a penny? It says no, and then he lists 4.
No, I think the
No.
chief wrote,
Chief
you
wrote
listed
those.
the 4.
no, this is who
Okay.
I'm looking at here.
Okay. I'm just
It
wondering if
says-
these could be considered falsification.
But he admitted, yes, he has a misdemeanor, the date, where, what the offense was, and that he's been convicted with the date.
Right, but I'm looking at, Carly Carini. Who said no, having been convicted of or have any pending misdemeanor or felony convictions, and then someone wrote in 4. There's 4 of them there. 3 of them, March 23, June 24th, and March of 25. Is that considered falsification?
I recommend that with regards to any that have inconsistent or incomplete information, that you bypass them and instruct the individuals to show up. So you can examine them. Because at this time, if they didn't take trouble to properly fill these out, it's not for you to do their homework.
Well, there's also this Michelle Renicky, whose signature of applicant, it's highlighted different name. So it's,
But, so for Carly Carini, there's speeding tickets, an unregistered auto, and then operating while suspended. None of those are felonies or misdemeanors, are they, chief?
Nope. I'll try to-
So she answered truthfully.
When she said no?
Yeah, because it says, have you been convicted or have any pending misdemeanor or felony convictions? No.
There's a line down there that says, have you been convicted of any traffic offenses?
Okay, that,
That's what I wrote in there, that answers for that question.
Oh, that's your handwriting?
Yeah, sorry about that.
How long do you have to report though, that you have a moving violation?
I'll get the report.
Like- Like,
Oh,
is
does
it
say your
some,
record?
like, some businesses ask you, do you have any moving violations within the last 3, 5, 7 years?
Yeah, it'll come off your record after 5 years
I
usually,
mean-
less to know that you're
But this doesn't require that, right?
no.
So within the last year,
Yeah, it seems like the form
It's
should
a
specify the
renewal.
period.
it's a renewal, so within the last year, she has not had any moving violations, so she answered truthfully.
Except for the 3 of 25. Yeah.
Oh, operating Carly Carini. Sorry, I thought that was a 3, my bad.
We still go back.
Well, there's this one that speeding 25 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, hey,
Oh my
good for you for knowing, man, I couldn't tell you all the dates of my speeding tickets,
There's that one time.
right? I
and
can,
this is, it's highlighted here.
yeah, cause this, I mean, this
Right.
doesn't really specify a time frame as to
She's
when
Renicky
you're
here.
looking for traffic
And here.
offenses.
Well,
How far back do you go till the time you're 16 and you're 72? Good
Yeah,
luck.
That's what the
Right.
insurance looks for.
well, this already.
I don't think go back that far.
Gonna have to raise your rates again.
So what's your recommendation after we decide who we're gonna?
Yeah, skip
Yeah.
incomplete applications or any that you have questions about. And have them come in next month if need be.
There's a lot of work here. Do we? Where do we want as a board to draw the line? Do we want to talk to anybody who has multiple OWIs? Or do we want to just address the people who have not completed their applications truthfully or to
My overriding concern is more the intent to deceive.
Okay. So you're okay with giving somebody a second chance if they've been a bartender and we're renewing their
If they filled
bartending,
out
even
the
if
form
they.
truthfully and honestly, and they've disclosed what they have and the chief doesn't have a concern, fine.
There's a couple on here that they didn't mark it renewal. But I'm assuming all of these are renewals.
Well, I think that's Brenda and Nicole
Yeah.
marked those parts down there.
Okay, we wanna
I've got Gina Pullman, and that's not marked as renewal.
But I'm saying that's below that line is for
Yeah.
the office personnel
Okay.
to fill out, not the applicant.
Well, like I said, just
So
falsification.
Renke, Zachary Hunt.
Now, can we start from the front of the pack with our questions?
Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to go through these one by one.
Okay. My first one is Justin Kale from Just Smoking. Or OWI's last OWI was 9/25/24. It's been said he's quit drinking. Do we want to allow this one to go?
So he had an unofficial interview with the chief. And you feel,
Yeah, I personally don't have a problem with it. I believe him. His business relates more to food than alcohol. And says his alcohol sales is very little part of his business, so.
and his application was correctly filled out?
He listed it on
Yeah,
here,
he did.
so he was honest about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and he
And he
got
attached a
his,
certificate.
Yeah. I'm fine with them.
5/29/25, so are we all good with Justin?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. Next one. On Jessica Myron, we have second and third OWI, but the last date she has listed is 2011.
Yeah, and she put them on here. She disclosed them.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
What about the one before it where it looks like speeding was missed?
Yeah.
Robert,
Robert Trans. I can't read his last-
Parley? Looks like he answered no, looks like, I think that's the Chiefs writing speed plus 22 and 11/22.
But
It's not-
again, it's a renewal.
Is it a misunderstanding or is it ill intent?
I
Right.
think what it's about is they're looking, because
From
it's a
the last
renewal, they're
time.
last year.
Okay.
Last
It doesn't
365,
say that, but
right,
I mean, we can probably revamp this application between the chief and I.
Yeah, I would
I mean-
really recommend that you do that and
It's-
clarify some of these questions.
it's a speeding
with-
ticket.
Yeah.
No, we're okay with Robert. And he's with the Beavers too, so it's not like he's doing a lot of bartending.
So then Leanne Pomeroy, she had a defective odometer in 2022.
Yeah, she's fine,
She's
fine.
And she didn't put on their
Um,
numbers.
Here we have for Angela. I'm not
Is it
gonna murder her
Village
last name, thank you.
It was a turn signal.
Turn signal in 2021.
Yeah, Angela's okay.
Who uses that? I don't see anybody using
They're
that.
optional.
Right.
Are you?
And there's just turning.
And on Fond du Lac Avenue
Yeah.
between
Yeah.
45
On
and down.
Brandy Meyer at McDougall, she had a OWI 2/23.
She listed it though.
Looks
But she
like
listed
She
it.
listed it and it looks like Chief said, okay.
Mhm.
Michelle Renicky with the wrong name and the disorderly.
Domestic abuse.
Yeah, this is one of the
That
ones
one's
I would
sketchy.
flag. For.
Well,
There's a
licenses.
couple things going on there that are
Falsification.
sketchy.
You know, it could be maiden name, whatever, but it's. I take domestic abuse pretty serious after.
Well, it could be mainly, but then.
You've had a lot of practice? Or? No. There's teeth, huh? That was in poor taste.
I did over 20 years.
Wait.
volunteer work at a domestic violence shelter.
Yeah, that's not a joke. I apologize. Zachary Hunt, same deal. I've got a problem with that one.
Yeah.
Which one is that, Patrick?
The very next one on the packet,
Zachary,
HH.
OWI, insurance.
No insurance,
Unregistered
unregistered auto, that's trouble.
Yeah, no,
Stay away.
okay.
Photo more.
Speeding, 35 years ago, okay, I think you served your time.
And she listed it.
Yeah, OWI 99.
You did as well, Michelle, right?
She's filled everything.
Yeah, I think that we are good with everybody except for Michelle and Zachary.
What did we decide on the Carly Marini?
I think we were okay with it because it was moving violations like 3 years ago.
Okay.
Speed,
Well, the one was
unregistered auto and
Oh, that's right, I
operating
keep
while
reading that.
suspended 325.
25.
Chief thoughts?
He's 25, do you think we should bring her in? I'm just saying, at this point, she's still,
Formidable?
Well, the other thing about Carly Carini is she didn't sign the application.
no,
There's
she
no
didn't
signature
sign it, she
application.
forgot the tickets.
She didn't, that's not her
There's a
signature down there?
here.
I'm talking at the top.
Oh,
Date and location, responsible beverage server training. There's no certificate attached.
It's a renewal, isn't it?
Does she have
It
a
is.
certificate?
It's a renewal.
It's a renewal, so.
She told the front of that.
So are we flagging this one or not?
Thank you.
I would be inclined to flag this one and when she does come in, just tell her, hey. These questions don't mean, hey, if you've previously gotten away without filling this form out correctly, you can continue doing it forever.
Right.
And then when they do come in, what do you suggest I say to them? When I tell them I'm not gonna give you their
These licenses.
licenses?
Call Patrick.
So it's clear if you done right there else or something.
Yeah,
But then what? Cause then now the owner's gonna come in and say, well, now what do I do?
Come back next month.
yeah.
If you have a question,
If,
wouldn't you ask the person you hand
Well,
this
there's,
to?
if my business depended on these applications as a business owner, I would probably be reviewing them with them to make sure that they were filled out accurately and completely before they were turned into your office.
Well,
Terry Fisher didn't sign the top either. And she's a renewal.
so going back to Carrie Carini, Patrick, you wanted to play her?
Yeah, you
I-
did.
Well, you know, I
Okay.
think Hector suggested we have him come back in,
Yeah.
or, you know, it's a
Yeah,
good
yeah.
question. To what end? What do we ask them to do? Fill it out right so we can tell them no? Or fill it out right so we can approve it?
Well, I think our role is to only approve people that we feel will be responsible in their job. I don't want to disenfranchise anyone from being able to make a living, but I think it maybe is worth having a one-on-one interview with them to say, why did you not fill this out? And if they tell me to pound sand, I'm gonna say, I don't think that you're a responsible person and therefore we're not gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, this year that she said she had no convictions and the chief brings up 3. Now granted, they're not
you know,
DUIs, but,
The next one is,
Well, operating while suspended.
and operating while suspended, unregistered
And March
auto, and a
25th.
speedo.
yeah, I mean, I guess, to me, again, these are renewals, right? So I just,
Nobody's perfect.
why does she do that? I've been doing these meetings for 8 years. Why would she call me?
So what are we doing with?
I would suggest that we,
I mean,
simply have them speak to the chief and understand the importance of filling out these forms accurately and correctly, knowing that he is going to do a comprehensive background search and it's not gonna reflect well if they try to deceive us on these forms.
Right.
And next time, we might be inclined to not approve it.
Put a healthy dose of fear in them.
Right.
that was scary.
So that would even apply to Darwin Myrie, who has an inattentive driving that he didn't disclose. Do you wanna go that far? Do you wanna go? But it wasn't 2024, he should.
But like, how complete do you want
Well,
these?
he couldn't even pay attention while he was driving. How do you think we're gonna remember that?
Yeah, but like Andy, who's from India originally, didn't put, like, how picky are we gonna get? So he didn't put the date and location of his training. He didn't realize he deviated from the lane in 2023. I mean, that's just one here. And Ket didn't put down where they took the test. I mean, are we gonna go for people who didn't write their age? Tracy didn't put down where she got her training. That's like a whole separate list.
Well, this one,
Here,
going back to
Jessica
Carla,
Myron,
she
Dan
falsified her
Perkins,
information.
Leanne Pomeroy didn't put where they got their training, Lisa.
Well, what if they came back and completed their form correctly?
Well, but
Right,
that's
that's what
part
we're
of the
asking
problem
for.
is though, is that these are 2-year certificates.
Yes.
So if they provided it the first year, why would they feel the need to provide it a second year, knowing that we have them on file?
Right, when they're renewals.
But they should still, they could still fill out the form correctly and say,
They did
I'm
it in,
acknowledging I did it. And the date.
Just redo it.
we'll redo the form, okay. Let's do that.
Yeah, because like here, Terry didn't sign. Suzette Kruger didn't put where she got trained. I mean, that's. We're gonna hold.
Did they sign
everybody's
in one and
license.
not the other?
Yeah.
You know, I
Yeah.
know.
I mean, that's a lot of, are we gonna hold it because they didn't fill out? their
Nobody
page?
is serving for
Because
good.
this is gonna be
Shut down
well
Lannon for
over
a
half
month.
the packet.
Well, here's the thing.
I know.
And I mean,
Here's the thing. We just. We're allowing people to get too loosey-goosey on these things.
I mean, they're not difficult questions.
some of it, right,
Most of them don't even fill out like the simple sign application correctly. I mean, there's like 12 lines on that thing.
like here, she, instead of putting her name, she put the date she took the class.
I guess my only feeling is when you go and apply for a job, and that's really basically what this is. If you have falsified your application, that's a problem. That is a problem, and the fact that they left some of this stuff off and the chief had to put it on there. I just wonder if this is falsification.
So should we do like a suspension for an undetermined or a specified period of time, or 30, 60-day suspension or something like that?
You can't do
Can't
that.
do that.
The only thing you can do
Is you don't approve it?
is deny the approval or put them through some paces to basically owe up to the fact that they were very indifferent about filling out the information accurately and completely. And the reason why I suggest that is that I've seen some communities do it. They're inclined to grant it, but if a person is just indifferent, well, why bend over to accommodate an indifferent applicant? Because ultimately, if something goes wrong and they've been licensed and somehow the police department or we have missed convictions, that could hold liability.
Patrick, I think you're onto something about, you know, the owners or the managers of these establishments, you know, should be a little more proactive in helping their employees realize that these forms need to be filled out accurately.
But at the same time, these are all adults. How much hand holding do they need?
Apparently more.
Well,
Yeah.
But Tina, like I said before, you fill in an application for a job, if somehow in their research, they found out you falsified that, that's grounds for termination.
Right, but.
But I'm not saying we're gonna terminate that.
Filling this completely out with your age or signing a line.
No, I'm talking about the stuff that the police officer put on.
Right, I'm not
She put on.
disputing that, I'm just saying,
So with,
like,
with incomplete forms, have them come in and have them fill out a new application completely and then say, thank you for doing this correctly. Don't mess it up again. Here's your permit to operate, your license to operate. And then with those that falsified information, we do something different.
right, just
The
deny it.
ones that falsified, I think, need to come in, let the chief tune them up. And
No, there's no,
do we?
Like, well, the problem with that is, we know, can we conditionally approve them after meeting with the chief? Because otherwise they gotta wait till the next meeting and we have to put it back on the agenda.
Could do that.
Right,
Okay,
right.
so I've got a list here,
But-
the only.
but Are you gonna qualify what constitutes a need for doing that in your motion?
Yes,
So that it's clear for the chief which ones of these people need to come back?
yes,
Okay,
I've got a list here.
okay,
I have
excellent.
put squares around names that have either falsified or omitted or not completely filled out their form. Then I've circled everybody who looks good, okay? I mean, I don't care if it's inattentive driving, if they didn't put it on here, they're gonna get called in.
Do you have a key on that? So we
Yes.
know.
The only questions I have are this, I cannot find the Terry Cayley from Just Smoking Barbecue. I
He's
do not,
way at the front.
Attorney
No,
Gail?
Terry's is,
Justin's dad.
oh, Justin's, yeah.
yeah, he is nothing. on
He has
his
nothing, so
record.
he's
I
okay
forgot
to,
that.
okay, I just couldn't verify that. And then Ricky, I just need to verify if Ricky Petrowski disclosed his OWI. Because I'm
Disclosed it.
assuming if they disclose their OWI, we would be okay.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's okay, so I'm gonna circle.
And he signed up both spots
And
too.
then.
He's been doing this a long time.
Yeah, very long.
Gianna, flow now, you didn't circle renewal or new? There's just a big question mark. She's the last one. She's the last one in the packet.
And that's because I couldn't find, I wasn't quite sure which person 1229 was indicating was a new one or a renewal, because I couldn't find evidence. But that doesn't mean that it's not a renewal.
Yeah.
Because I only have so many spreadsheets going back,
Right.
so that's not a very big deal. It's $10. But that one's fine.
Okay,
Okay, so I would like to make a motion to approve operators licenses for the period of July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 for the following.
Why don't you put the ones where I get?
Yeah,
Not
they're
approving.
not approving.
Okay. For everyone, with the exception of item number O, Cecilia Berg at 1229, who failed to disclose a violation. Gabrielle Tomlin, item number P, 1229, who failed to disclose. Like, you're looking at me like you're confused.
What did she fail to?
Inattentive driving. I know it's not a big thing, but now what we're doing is we want them to accurately, they're gonna get approval, but they have to come in and they have to,
Refill it.
they have to get a talking to, I guess. Item number U, Jordan Cribb, 1229, failed to disclose speeding. Item number Y, Grace Deal, 1229, unregistered vehicle. Item number EE, Michelle Reinecke, domestic abuse, failed to disclose. Item number FF, Darwin Miri from McDougall, inattentive driving. Item number HH, Zachary Hun, 2 OWIs failed to disclose. Item number II, Marissa Armbruster McDougall, failed to disclose an OWI in 15. Item number JJ, Carly Carini McDougall, failed to disclose, speeding and operating without a license. Item number MM, Christopher Wright of 1229. I don't know what he failed to disclose, but it was something. The rest of them on that.
Technically, he doesn't need one because he's an owner.
He's the owner, yeah.
Okay, so you want me to approve him then?
Yeah.
Okay. Gretchen?
I'll slap.
So my motion is, to approve everyone on the list except those, that we took exception with, which may be approved with, chief's approval after completing the forms and, and talking with the chief. Do we want to incorporate the revision of these documents in this motion? No, we're just gonna do that, right? All right, so my motion stands. Do I hear a second?
I will second.
Okay, motion and seconded. Did you get that, Brenda?
I'll give you the
You can
list.
provide,
I'll give
you'll
you
be
the list.
provided with a hard copy and a decoder ring.
As long as it's got a key on it.
My only discussion on that is that if the chief feels
Those four
they
OWIs.
should not be, I think it needs to be, the motion needs to be amended. That if the chief feels they're disqualified, either he has that power or they come back in front of the board. I don't know how to put that in there.
If my recommendation is that if the chief is uncomfortable moving the situation to refer it back to the board. It's not his authority to deny the granting
Right.
of a license or to clear the granting of a license unless there are conditions.
I do think this is the right thing to kick this back a little bit.
Yeah, and I will say,
I know you-
just point out that one of the things that we do ironically have on this form is it says misdemeanor, felony, or traffic convictions or offenses do not necessarily exclude you from obtaining a license to serve fermented malt beverages and intoxicating liquors.
But be honest.
Yeah, but put 'em on
But, yeah, but being a damn liar
listen.
might.
Right, okay, so we have a motion and a second.
Yep, any other
I understand.
discussion?
You need to amend.
Oh, right, I
Or-
should amend the motion. Okay, let's start over with this motion, okay, follow
Oh,
with me,
boy.
Brenda. So we, are
Just
go-
amend.
are gonna approve everything on the list with the exception of those listed. Which those applicants must appear or interview with Chief Bell to fully complete their application, and then they may be approved for permission to serve alcoholic beverages pending final approval from Chief Bell. If he doesn't approve, he is to refer them back to the agenda for next month's meeting.
Does that mean you? I will amend my motion. For
For a
second.
second.
Can I ask a
Does that
question?
Yes.
Yeah.
What if they, this is what they always do, ask for a provisional license?
A provisional license.
So they can work next week.
Yep. So they can work until the approval is,
No,
well,
Honestly, I feel there's only maybe one, possibly two people on here that are kind of pushing the limits with having OWIs in 2024 and still wanting to bartend at a kind of, that's why I want to leave it to him. If those people come in and say, listen, I really need this paycheck and I'm gonna walk the line and you put the fear of God in me, then we should let them. I don't want to disenfranchise anyone from making a living, but I don't want to just blanket rubber stamp all of these people and worry that we are doing a disservice to the community or to those individuals. Understand my point?
Well, you still have to remember, you are a trustee And your job is to protect this village.
Yeah.
And this is a line we walk every day. What is allowable and what isn't. And if you rubber stamp somebody and they get splatter somebody on the way home,
No, the blood's on our hands, right?
yes.
I agree with you.
And that it sucks being a boss. Which kind of what we are. Over this.
Do we have a motion and a second? Any other discussion? Or
I
have we
abstain.
thoroughly beat this one to death.
Yeah, we did this one to death for sure.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? One abstention, motion carries. Item 21, discussion of possible action for temporary Class B for the Optimus Club of SLB for July 27, 2025 for the car show.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Discussion and possible action on approval of resolution for CMAR report on Lannon's behalf for 2024.
The report with the DNR that's due at the end of the month that I have submitted online.
I would recommend that we just make a motion to authorize me to sign the resolution number 2025-4.
So moved.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Discussion and possible action on payment of the bills.
I make a motion, we pay the bills as presented.
I second.
Motion and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 24, engineers report. Ben?
Ben said he didn't have anything. He told me before he left.
Yeah, sure he did.
Nothing.
Is that in writing? Attorney's report.
I'll save it for item 27,
Okay.
otherwise nothing.
Item 26, the only thing I have to add that I didn't already mention, I had the MCE meeting, and I also have a meeting scheduled with the Bartelts regarding the progress across the street here. I'm trying to keep moving that along, so I will report next month. Item 27, upon a motion duly made pursuant to Wisconsin statute 19.85 sub 1 sub C for the purpose of considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercise responsibility may enter into a closed session to discuss the examination of the employment file as created by Wisconsin statute 165.85 sub 2 sub AP of a current village employee. We will do a rule,
So moved.
have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Lake,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
Batiste,
Yep.
Yates is a yes, Willard,
Yes.
Grenier,
Yes.
Summers.
Yes.
Got all your names right.
Would you believe there's still 4 participants online?
Wait.
Oh,
I know. Bye.
So I
Hey,
just
good
told
job,
them- I told them
everyone.
all we're gonna go
Staying,
silent now.
hanging in here. We're now in open session and let's see, do we?
Motion to adjourn?
I put no.
No. I make a motion that we accept Lieutenant Lane's resignation effective June.
No, July.
July 1st.
We have a motion to accept the resignation. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to accept the resignation. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I.
I am opposed.
Motion carries.
Now you can do the motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, a third, and a fourth. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. We may have set a new record tonight.
No, it's still.